You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Friday, March 26th, 2021 at around 11:30 p.m. My name is Jesse Reichler. Greg has the night off. Today, we have in front of us Gumshoe, the hard-boiled detective in the 30s game, which was made in 1985. It's sort of a lost game. It's an out-of-print, rare game. You can still get it on eBay, but it's sort of an infamous game. It was a spin-off of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which was also made around 1985, but that game caught on. It continues to have reprints and new expansions, but Gumshoe just died a quiet death. And we're going to see why, perhaps. It's a much more ambitious game than Sherlock Holmes. Rather than everything being a single one-off cases, this is one long campaign that continues over 10 days and has 10 cases intertwined. And it's going to make it much more difficult to film. We'll talk a little bit more about it in a second. But I do want to say that I filmed a separate unboxing and discussion of the game and looking in details at all of the components. So I'm not going to do that for this live stream. We're just going to get into playing it. I'll talk a little bit about them as we see them. But if you want to just see the components of the game, if you think you might play it, this will be full of spoilers. You can just watch the unboxing and skip this. So let me pause for a minute, and if someone in the chat could let me know that they can hear me okay, and that the audio and video is, bright enough and coming through okay. So we'll just pause for the delay while we wait for some feedback. Okay, Rebecca says all is working. All right, let's take a look at the top down at what we've got here in front of us. We've got a giant map of San Francisco here, which unlike Sherlock Holmes is not, it's a real map. It's full and busy, and it's going to be hard to find stuff, but it's not going to be as important to us as in Sherlock Holmes. We've got telephone directory and yellow pages, which we'll no doubt need. We'll put that aside for now. We've got a whole bunch of mug shots with fingerprints. Fingerprints are a huge mechanic in this game. And you can see we've got like 36 mug shots here with their fingerprints. And on the back, their stats and criminal history for each of these people. These might be suspects in our crimes. This game has got sort of an it overwhelms you with information. So it's going to be a challenge. And then we've got fingerprint records classified by the different fingerprint types. Arch fingerprints were a big deal in the 30s, and they play a major role in this game. And so front and back, these are just unidentified fingerprints. And the way the game will work is we'll occasionally find a fingerprint and we'll have to classify it according to the real rules of classifying fingerprints, and then look it up and find it, which we'll only be able to do if we can successfully classify it. And then we'll get its number, and then that number will be useful to us if we look up the records in the DMV or at the FBI. So let's pause for a second here and just take a look at, I went into this more on the unboxing, but I want to show you how serious this game is about fingerprints. So here's the section of the book on classifying fingerprints. So there's like 4 major types. And basically you have to learn how to go from a fingerprint to its classification. Arches are the least common, and so they're very simple. You just find the arch and look it up. But if you look at a fingerprint and you identify it as a loop fingerprint, then you've got to, and I don't know the history of fingerprint science, but someone came up with, a generic way a set of rules for classifying fingerprints. But you really have to go and you have to find the core of the fingerprint and the delta of the fingerprint and then count ridges. I mean, this is quite serious. So hopefully we'll be able to manage this. It's a little nerve-wracking to do it live on camera. But basically, there's a whole section here on fingerprint classifications. Okay. Here are the basic rules. I'm not going to go over them again in detail. Again, you can watch the unboxing for that. But essentially, it's Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective rules, but ramped up to a 10. Ramped up to an 11, maybe you should say. So there's a time element. You can run out of time. Certain actions will cause you to eat up more time. If you want to travel someplace, it takes time to travel places. This game pushed the limits of what you could do with this genre with a physical board game. It's almost like a little computer game on paper. And, you know, that's part of the charm of playing these. We're really playing sort of something lost in time. And it's set in the 30s, made in 80, made 35 years ago, set 90 years ago. So fascinating situation. All right, it's telling us here we may come into danger. We may get multiple choice questions. And then there's a whole complicated thing which we need to talk about regarding whether you have to play days more than once. So the game is broken into 10 days, 9 or 10 days. On each given day, you'll have a new newspaper and a new chapter of the book to read, and you'll get unfolding case information. Cases can continue through days, and if you might have a case on day 9, you could look through 9 newspapers. You don't know where the information is. And cases aren't isolated to a single day. But in addition to all of that complication, there is the complication that certain clues are only available at certain times of the day, and there's a hard, strict time limit available to you on each given day, how much time you have to look at clues, and certain clues aren't available. If you're playing with a bunch of detectives, you split up so that you're unlikely to miss clues by running out of time. But the game talks about if you're a solo detective, it describes it as like the fun of it is that you get to play it each day more than once in order to get all the information. I can't see where it described it as fun. But the people who have played this game have said, look, if you're playing this, especially if you're playing this by yourself, you're going to have to play each day more than once to get all the clues, especially for someone like me who likes to get all the clues. So I've billed this playthrough as we're playing day 1, but maybe more accurately, we're playing day 1 for the first time. Depending on how quickly it goes, I may play a second run through of day 1 today on this stream, or we'll stop it here and I'll play it again off camera or on camera, whatever. So each day may be more than once. So a much longer game. Now here's the other thing that's going to make it as if we're stacking the deck against us. But in addition, unlike Sherlock Holmes, which if you watched my previous live streams, I've been playing the Baker Street Irregulars box, which is an amazing box. Highly recommend it. But after 6 or 7 hours, I'm sort of on tilt, getting exhausted. It's 6 a.m., but at least we get the solution. We get the questions, we try to answer them, and we get the solution, and we can sit back and say, oh, here's how it went. We can talk about it. But in this game, because cases aren't confined to a single day, we are not going to get the solution at the end of the day. We're not even going to try to answer the questions at the end of this live stream, at the end of today. So maybe one way to look at it is this will be sort of spoiler free in the sense that you can watch this, but you're not going to get the solution. you might have to play it another day to get the solution. So that's going to make this a bit of a challenge for you watching at home, the 3 of you or 2 of you who are watching this, because you're not going to get a nice payoff of solution at the end of it. We'll read the questions, but we won't try to answer them because, like a real detective case, each case doesn't wrap up in one day. It might go on. Okay, a little bit of instructions for the game, which I read on the unboxing. I won't read it again. It just sort of gives you the flavor for the game. Then we've got a booklet of autopsy reports, which is pretty cool. They're little proper looking autopsy reports showing where impact injuries, what killed people, and just basic information from the lab. They're dated, and so you'll read the ones available to you that day. Then, similarly, there's lab reports of various other things, so diagrams that a detective may have made of the scene, ballistics reports, photos. These again are also dated. They're dated up here, so those will be available to us as soon as we're on that day. So a couple from each day. What haven't we talked about? Okay, rules of the game. I showed you that. We went over the fingerprints and mug shots. The game comes with a pad of these sheets to help you track your time and where you went, so we'll use that. Then there are newspapers. There's a newspaper for each day. Now, if you compare this to Sherlock Holmes, look at how realistic this newspaper looks. It's double-sided with little actual personal ads. Double-sided in tiny print with photos and everything. And we'll be reading these, the whole thing. I'll read the whole thing. You can go take a nap or have a cup of coffee and just listen. But we'll do this whole thing the way you would do it if you were playing at home. But yeah, you can see how serious this game was made, how ambitious they were about it. Okay, so that's today's newspaper, which we'll read after we read the introduction to the case. And now, lastly, let's look at the maps. I'm going to put this down here. So here's this giant map of San Francisco, which you can take a look at. It's a real map, I assume, from 1933. There's the Presidio. I don't know San Francisco very well at all. But there's the Bay, Golden Gate Park, Twin Peaks. Okay, and then there's a zoomed in inset of downtown San Francisco. On the right, we have principal points of interest directing us to locations on the map. You can see it's A through N and 1 through 18. So, unlike Sherlock Holmes, which has numbers for specific places that you would look up, this doesn't work that way. It works quite differently. You'll be given addresses, and for example, if we see this is Henry Street, there's the 100 block of Henry Street. I can see a little 100, but no numeric addresses, no 5 Southwest. So, an infinite possibility of addresses. But in a case, it will say that someone was killed at 100 Henry Street. You could approximately identify its location on the map, although it's probably not that important. There is a reverse index in the phone book that will help you locate streets. So if you look up, for example, here, if we looked up Henry Street, it says G10, so it's telling us the basic region of the map that it is. So we could, from an address, we wouldn't have to try to locate it and know it well. We could look it up here. That would give us a general area. But when you have a place you want to go, this is one of the major differences with Sherlock Holmes. When you have a place you want to go, let's say there was a murder on 150 Henry Street, we would look up in this clue book. So it's just one big book, and you can look how big it is. We'll go into this again. It's probably 100 to 200 pages. So the way it works is in Sherlock Holmes, you'd get out the booklet for that day and you'd look up 55 Southwest. Here, if you wanted to go to 150 Henry Street, you'd go to the day you were working on. Our first day is July 3rd. And it actually has a list of the available clues for that day. So these are the only available clues. So you'd look up 150 Henry Street, and if you don't find it there, then you know there's nothing there to see. The first day, there's not that many. Then for each day, there's more and more. But essentially, when you find someplace you want to go, you look it up in your clue points for the day, and only if it's there do you look it up. Which means you could just walk through these. These are all the clues available for that day, but presumably you wouldn't do that. You'd only go to a place when you knew why you were going there, right? If you found some address that you wanted to go to. And some of these addresses, like Sherlock Holmes, may be from the newspaper. Some of them might be in the introduction, and some will unlock as you go. All right, we'll look at this a little more in a second. In addition to the San Francisco map, there's a second map of sort of a larger area around San Francisco. Again, looks like a real map, but there's San Francisco, right? Then we have Alameda, Oakland, Berkeley, Richmond, Vallejo. So these are additional areas in San Francisco that you could travel to. Most of the action takes place in San Francisco, and it would cost you time to travel out of San Francisco. So if you care about the time mechanic in the game, you probably want to be careful about leaving if you went to Oakland, you'd want to get all the clues in Oakland. Now, when we play Sherlock Holmes, I usually don't worry too much about there's a scoring mechanism based on how many leads you follow. This doesn't seem to have that, but it limits you to how many clues you can look up in a day because time is passing. So the way I'm going to play this is I'm not going to worry about playing a day more than once. So I'm not going to worry about getting to the end of the day and wishing that I had done something else because we'll just play that day again. But we are going to keep true to the mechanic of the game, keep track of the time of each day so that we know when we've run out of the day and when we have to start a new day to go back. All right. So I said we weren't going to spend too much time in the components, but we spent a fair amount of time. Now we're going to read the case introduction, then we'll read the newspaper, and then it'll probably be 2 hours gone and we'll start working on the case. Any questions so far about the game? Let me show you a little bit about this amazing clue book. So it's got a pretty nice art here on the front. So these are the introductions for each case, the list of clues available on each day, and then all of the clues you can look up. So we'll read the introduction. This game was Gary Grady was the main designer, and Suzanne Goldberg was the secondary designer. I believe they got married at some point, and they're the inventors of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which came out of their San Francisco shop. Okay, so we'll read this introduction, then there's another 8.5 page introduction in general, and then we'll read the days, clues, 2 pages, then we'll read the newspaper. It's going to take us a long time. But I just want to show you quickly the cool stuff in this book. So full of fingerprints. Oh, sorry, let's see. Can you see this? So full of fingerprints, charts, tables, diagrams, conditional if-then, look, whole, like just amazing variety of stuff. There was a note there. I mean, this was an ambitious piece of work, this game. All right, any questions before we begin reading the introduction for today's, not the introduction for today's case, the introduction to the to where we work, I guess, the detective agency. Is anyone connected to the chat? I can't really see here. I have to hope someone will text me if we go offline or something. I am so excited to check out this game. I've been wanting to do it for so long, but I'm nervous because there's so much to go wrong. Okay, Rebecca says let's do it. Here we go. Here's our clue book. Look at this picture. Okay, here we go. The Magic Metropolis. San Francisco's character has an elusive quality about it. It doesn't have the dynamic tempo of New York, the monumental grandeur of Washington, the toughness of Chicago, or the old world charm of New Orleans. No, San Francisco is made up of bits and pieces of its past and present. Through the thick fog that envelops the city come the bawdy images from the city's past, the wild dives of the Barbary Coast, the hidden gambling dens of Chinatown, and the gaudy brothels of Nob Hill. These images of the past are enhanced by the multi-ethnic makeup of the city's present population, a cast of characters that would make a Hollywood casting director's chest swell with pride. I was born in this city, right atop Potrero Hill, a little over 30 years ago. My father was a cop, walked a beat in Chinatown for 10 years until he was caught between warring tongs and gunned down. I started law school to fulfill Mother's dream, but you can't live other people's dreams, and I dropped out of school. I went to work for the DA's office as an investigator. That job lasted until the balance of political power shifted and I was swept out on the coattails of the losers. 3 years with the SFPD proved enough. Enough paperwork, enough politics, and enough incompetence. I've been an operative with the Continental Detective Agency for over 7 years now. I like it. You have a lot of control and usually work alone, but you have the backup support of a good group. Now that you have joined the Continental Detective Agency, we have a week's worth of assignments for you. I have a few words of advice. Learn the city. It could mean your life and the life of your client. Be tough. Most of the people we encounter are. But remember, the most important tool you have is your mind. The only way to solve a case is to think it out. Find that thread of logic. It may be strung through the alleyways of Chinatown, covered with the mud of Nob Hill political power and graft, and heavily guarded by strong-armed thugs, but it's still your job to find and follow it. Good luck. Keep your eyes open, your .38 loaded, and your back to the wall. Read clue 117. So we're still here in the introduction, so we're going to turn to 117. That was a pretty nice intro. That's like our boss talking to us, I guess. Welcome to the detective agency. Clue 117. It's kind of long. We push open the heavy wooden doors with the brightly colored stained glass windows and enter the smoky and noisy interior of Hunter's. Hunter's is one of San Francisco's oldest drinking establishments. It is a long oak bar with no stools to encumber the men who line in 3 deep. The floor is covered with cigarette butts and the grime of time. One wall is lined with booths that wrap around their tables like horseshoes around a stake. In one of the booths, we see a couple of the operatives from the Continental Detective Agency. They wave to us and we join them. We slide into the well-worn, leather-upholstered booth. "This is our real office," says one of our new associates. "Welcome aboard." The waiter brings us each a glass, which is soon filled with beer from the large pitcher that sits on the table. As soon as the pitcher is empty, one of the white-apron waiters picks it up and, without a word, replaces it with a full one. After we have all wet our gullets, one of our new co-workers asks for our attention. "The old man asked me to fill you in on our operations. I know you're new to the city, but you'll soon learn your way around. We're here to help. This is Howard Black," Blackie to his few friends. Black wordlessly lifts his glass and raises one corner of his mouth in what we assume passes for his smile. And this is Rob Bannon. Aye, it's a pleasure to have you joining us. Bannon's face breaks into a large smile as he fills his glass with beer. This calls for a celebration. Jimmy, bring us a bottle of the Emerald Isle's finest. Jimmy quickly returns with a bottle of Irish whiskey and glasses. The op continues. There's no way to learn this business but by hitting the streets and doing it. The agency has a lot of resources, especially if you need information from another city, but most of the time you're on your own. When you need help, you'll take it from just about anybody, from good honest cops or from the sleaziest snitches. You'll gradually build up a circle of friends and informants who can help you out with a tip or by checking out a special angle. In the meantime, we thought we'd tell you about a few sources we sometimes have occasion to use as we peel away the city's facade. Maybe they can help you, too. Always keep in mind who you're talking to and why they're talking. There's always something they want in exchange: to get the scoop on a good story, to pick your brain, to squeeze another con, to repay a past favor, or to bank a future one, or plain old greenbacks. Sometimes they may just tell you what they think you want to hear to get you off their backs. You'll often be running into the police, of course. Joe DaCosta is a friend at the police department. He can be of help. He can also throw you out on your ear. Another good source on the right side of the law is Zach Evans, a reporter over at the Call Bulletin. He keeps his ear to every keyhole in the city. He likes to exchange information, but he knows to take more than he gives if he gets the chance. The op pauses to wet his whistle. He frowns at the note-taking he sees. It's okay to write things down. Sometimes it's essential, but it's shoe leather and the old noggin that solves cases and not a pen and paper. Bannon breaks a slightly uncomfortable silence. While we're on the subject of honest folk, I might mention Oscar Hoffman, who works on the docks. He's big in the union, keeps his eyes open, and knows the waterfront. He's a good man and something of a philosopher. Must have a bit of Irish blood in his veins. Most of the people you'll be dealing with are not the most honest, upstanding sort, which means the people who know them are not the most square shooting. Sometimes you'll need to grease a palm. Sometimes you'll have to get tough. The op pauses to light a lucky and offers the pack to us as he continues. I have a friend who's a small-time numbers runner, Joseph Marino. He knows a lot about gangland society. I've told him you might be around with some questions. Rob Bannon speaks as he refills the shot glasses. If it's gambling information you be wanting, go to the Dolph Gym over on Turk and ask for Nick Lucas. He makes book on any sport. If you're trying to track down any stolen goods, you might want to talk to Abe Cohn. He owns a pawn shop on Fillmore, claims to be an ex-fence. I'm not so sure about the X part, but the goods he has for sale often include information. Blackie pours himself another whiskey. He speaks for the first time since we sat down. Sammy Fong can tell you about Chinatown. Hangs around at the Twin Dragons. Blackie's reticence and appearance of quiet strength remind us of Gary Cooper. Of course, there's one more important source of information we haven't mentioned yet, resumes the op, who has done most of the talking. Fanny Feathers runs one of the most popular houses up on Nob Hill. On Pleasant Street. She knows more than you may want to know, but she can be very friendly. The whiskey bottle and the beer pitcher are both empty. The op continues, This is a lot to take in all at once. Maybe it's time to call it a night. The old man expects you in bright and early tomorrow morning, and it's best to do what the old man expects, at least most of the time. He'll ask you questions every day. Some of them are real doozies, but you'll find that if you'd done everything you could or should have, and maybe 10 times more, you'll be able to give him the answers he wants. His eyes smile. Good luck to you. Use your time well and be careful. Time 0 minutes. Okay, so that's the clue you read to start the first time you play the game. And you can see, it would be useful for us to have some little post-it notes, but I'm going to write on my notes here. So clue 117 is sort of, it looks like it's the equivalent of Sherlock Holmes' informants, the people you can always go visit. They've given you a whole list of people that might be useful to talk to about various things. And so we might be wise to write these down. I'm not sure. I guess they've got locations with most of them. So he's basically telling us different informants. So he listed Joe DaCosta at the police department. All right. He listed Zach Evans at the Call Bulletin Reporter. All right. This would be, I've got these erasable pens that I just love. So that's where we're actually writing in this book, which makes me a little nervous, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, Oscar Hoffman at the docks, and he knows about the union. Okay, Joseph Marino. Now, in Sherlock Holmes, the list of informants come with the addresses to go visit them. This one, we're not. It's given an address. We'd have to find where that address is on the clue list. Joseph Marino knows about gangs. Okay. All right. Who's next? Nick Lucas at the gym. And what does he know about the gym? Oh, he books sports. He's a bookie. Okay. Dolph Gym. I guess we have to write that down because that's how we'll look him up. Joseph Marino. Joseph Marino is just a bookie. Didn't give us an address for him. No, numbers runner. Who's the bookie? Nick Lucas is the bookie. Joseph Marino is gangs, and he's the number runner. You probably know number running. It registers as a criminal activity, but if you don't know what actual number running was, what the numbers were, go look it up, and maybe someone can look it up in Wikipedia and put it in the comments. It's actually a fascinating little like underground lottery system where the numbers for the given day were a formula that they got out of public source information. So it was something that couldn't be gamed by the system. Someone can put up. There's some interesting documentaries about it, but it's such a cool idea what the numbers are. It's like a lottery run unofficially, but because no one would trust an underground criminal organization to tell the truth about what numbers randomly came up, like in the lottery where the balls come up, they have a formula for getting the numbers each day from public sources, like the unemployment numbers. Well, I forget what the details are, but maybe someone can tell us. Okay, so I don't know where this guy is, the number runner. All right, we're almost done here. Abe Cohn, C-O-H-N, pawn shop on Fillmore. Okay, Sammy Fong. Twin Dragons. Chinatown. And then we've got Fanny Feathers. And she is out at Pleasant Street, Nob Hill. And she's got the women working for her. All right, the only one I didn't really get where they would be found is Joe Marino. Most of the people are not the most honest. I have a friend who's a small-time numbers runner, Joseph Marino. He knows a lot about gangland society. I've told him he might be around with some questions. Around where? Okay, we don't know. All right, so there are our informants that we can talk to. No one's put any information about the numbers yet. Okay, now we're going to go back, read the intro for July 3rd. All right, so we just got hired on as a detective at this Continental Detective Agency. Let's take a look at this nice photo. In fact, I have a, let's try the top down, the nice close-up view. Oops, there it is. It's got a nice little photograph here. Caption says, looking southwest on Market Street. Monadnock building is in the second lower left. Don't know what that is. But there, I give you a little flavor for where we are. All right, let's read our introduction for today. Tuesday, July 3rd, 1934. The phone's jarring ring wakes me from my not-too-sound sleep. As I turn on the light, I see the time is 5:50. I pick up the receiver and immediately hear the voice of the old man. Howard's been shot. What? I let my head fall back on the pillow as I fight to maintain consciousness. Howard Black has been shot and killed. What? Is the only response I can muster, but it isn't enough for the old man. Damn it, wake up. I want you to check it out. I snap my head up from the comfort of the pillow and fling my legs over the edge of the bed. Sorry, boss, I'm awake now. Tell me what happened. I remove a Lucky from its crumpled pack and light it. The smoke entering my lungs gets my heart pumping and my brain working. Howard was on assignment at Scott Hayes' house. Of the Emporium Hayes'? Yes. What was he doing there? If you will keep quiet for a moment, I will tell you. Sorry, boss. Hayes' lawyer came to the office yesterday to engage our services to protect Hayes. He was vague about what danger his client was in. I don't think he really knew what the nature of the danger was, but it was real enough as things turned out. I sent Bannon out in the afternoon, and Black relieved him for the night. I just got off the phone with the police. I want you to get out to Hayes' mansion and check it out. The phone clicks as the old man's voice is replaced by the dial tone. I put the receiver back on its hook and take another long drag off my Lucky. Howard Black dead. I didn't know Howard very well, only worked with him once, but I knew he wasn't the type to fall asleep on the job. I snuff out my Lucky and reach for the .38 in my nightstand and make sure that all 6 chambers are filled. They are. It's 6:15 and I reach the street and hail the first cab that comes my way. My car is in the shop and won't be ready till Friday. From the tone of the old man's voice, I'd better not take the time to go downtown and get one of the agency's cars from the garage. The streets are empty as the cab makes its way up California Street. Like me, the cabbie isn't in a talkative mood. I lay my head back on the seat and try to prepare myself for what I know is going to be a long day. Howard had been with the San Francisco office for less than 6 months. He had transferred from the Denver office. He was a quiet man, kept to himself, wasn't married, or at least didn't have a wife here. He would stop in at Hunter's after work and have a drink with the rest of us. Would always laugh at the old man's stories like the rest of us, but never told any of his own, unlike the rest of us. Sort of laconic, like Gary Cooper in A Man from Wyoming. Yeah, he was a lot like Gary Cooper, both in looks and temperament. I'd always called him stranger. I guess that's what he was to us, a stranger. The sun is breaking through the trees that line the Presidio as I get out of the cab at the foot of Hayes' driveway. The driveway is filled with the dull black cars of the police department. At the front door stands a shiny, stark white ambulance. I see Joe DaCosta standing on the steps directing two attendants wheeling a shroud-covered body out of the house. "Joe!" I call out as I move up the steps. Joe turns toward me, flicking the butt of his cigarette at my feet. "The old man said you'd be here. Started giving me instructions like he was the police commissioner." "Sounds like him. Is that Howard?" I point to the body being loaded into the ambulance. "No, that's Hayes." "Scott Hayes?" "Himself." "Where's Howard?" "He's still in his car. I thought you'd like to see him." I follow Joe up the driveway to where it ends in the front of a 4-car garage. I see Howard's 3-year-old Essex coupe. Howard's body is on the passenger side, his head slumped down on his chest. It's not a pretty sight. The back of Howard's head has been blown away. The front seat and windshield are covered with blood. Hayes got it the same way, 2 shots in the back of the head. 1 would have been enough. Joe takes a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offers me one. I'm glad that Joe gets out his lighter first. I don't think I could have held my hand steady enough to light his cigarette. The long drag on mine steadies me a little. No matter how many times I see the face of death, it never fails to unnerve me. "What can you tell me, Joe?" "At some time between midnight and 4 o'clock this morning, a person or persons unknown entered the estate of Scott Hayes and murdered Howard Black, a private investigator in the employ of the Continental Detective Agency, and Scott Hayes, one of San Francisco's leading citizens. Until the reports come back, that's all I know. Now I'll give you a few minutes to look around and then beat it. Leave it to the police to solve this one." "Sure, Joe, you know me." "I do. That's what's worrying me." Joe turns and starts back to the house. I start to say something, but think better of it. I turn my attention to the lifeless remains of Howard Black. There's little doubt that Howard has been shot twice in the back of the head. I lift the left side of Howard's coat. There is his gun resting snugly in its holster. On his lap is a cardboard coffee container. The front of his coat and trousers are covered by a damp coffee stain. On the seat next to him is a white paper bag with a half-eaten sandwich on top of it. I drop my cigarette to the ground and rub its life out with my foot. I walk around the other side of the car and open the door. I stick my head in and give the floor a once-over. I see a small notebook next to Howard's right foot. I pick it up and give it a glance. It's Howard's. I slip it into my pocket and think I'm caught when I hear someone call out. "DaCosta wants to know if you're done." I turn to see 2 white-coated men waiting with a stretcher. I move away as they lower Howard's body onto it. I pull the pack of smokes from my pocket, remove the last crumpled occupant, and place it on my dry lips. The walk back up the driveway to the mansion convinces me that Howard has chosen the best vantage point for surveillance of the house. The end of the driveway sits atop a little rise, and the angle provides a view of both the front and the back of the house. It's far enough away not to be too conspicuous. Unfortunately for Howard, it wasn't far enough. As I'm heading back to the house, I spot a man in the garage polishing a black Marmon V6. I walk over to him. "Excuse me." "Yes, sir?" He continues to polish the car as his eyes look me up and down. "I've told you all I know. I do have a lot of work." "Who are you?" "I'm Roland, the chauffeur, the one who found the body." "Tell me about it, Roland." I reach in my pocket and come out with my crumpled empty pack of Luckies. I toss it into a 50-gallon drum that serves as the garage's trash can. Roland stops at the circular motion of his arm. He reaches into the pocket of his black jodhpurs and pulls out a fresh pack of Luckies and offers me one. I take one, as does Roland. He removes a silver pocket lighter from his other pocket. "Nice lighter," I say. "A gift," says Roland. Roland's a small man in his early 30s, clean shaven with slicked down, greasy black hair and swarthy skin. He has thin, dark lips, almost brown, and eyes the same color. The eyes look me up and down as I return the favor. We both are unimpressed. You don't look like a cop, sneers Roland. What are you, a Seamus like the one in that car? He nods towards Howard's Essex. Yeah, we work together, I sneer back. Hope you're better at your job than he was. Roland's arm returns to polishing the already over-polished Marmon. I grab the wrist of his working arm and pull it towards me while applying great pressure. Hey, you son of a... I apply more pressure and a twist which turns his words into, let me... I let his arm drop. Mother, is all Roland says as he rubs life back into his right wrist with his left hand. What's wrong with you? That was a friend I lost, and I lost my boss, which means I lost my job. That kid of his won't use a chauffeur. Loves to drive that Packard of his too much. I'm sorry I lost your friend. Sorry you lost your friend. But he was there to guard the boss, wasn't he? You tell me. A couple of days ago, the boss calls me in and tells me to keep my eyes open for people who don't belong around here. That's the way the boss always talked. Never to the point. Always around it. I asked him what he meant. Trumps, hobos, chinks. You know what I mean. How do I know what he wants to be around here? I'm not even sure I belong around here. Well, he tells me to do what I'm told. Keep my eyes open and let him know if any suspicious characters show up. I say yes, sir, and start to leave. That's when he tells me he's hired a private dick to keep an eye on things. Now, who looks more suspicious than a private dick? How am I going to know who's who? Said he'd tell me. How did you know his life was in danger? Your buddy told me. Not the dead one, the first one, Robbie. That was his name. He told me someone was out to get the boss, or to keep someone from getting to the boss. Words to that effect. Rob Bannon had the day shift. I could check with him when I got back to the office. You said you found the body? Yeah. I got home at 3:45 last night. Saw the boss's study light on. That's not normal, so I checked it out. Terrible sight. There was the boss, laying in a pool of blood. Didn't know he had so much blood. He seems to pale a bit beneath his swarthy skin. Then what did you do? I ran to get your buddy. I knew he was there because I saw his car when I drove in. Found him dead, too. He stops, and I can almost see the shiver run up his back. I ran back to the house and called the police. Any other servants in the house? No. A cook and housekeeper come in during the day, but don't live here. A gardener comes in a few times a week. Did you like Hayes? On paydays. It's a job, Seamus, nothing more. Why are you waxing the car? For the funeral. Owing that much to the boss. Part of the job. Who knows, the younger Hayes may like the car and me and keep us on the payroll. Do you make it a habit of coming in at 4 a.m? As often as I can, Seamus, but my habits are none of your business. Roland starts back to work on the limo. I guess I toss the cigarette butt onto the well-swept floor and grind it hard with my foot. This brings a sneer from Roland. Thanks for the fag, I say in the friendliest voice. Up yours, Seamus. I head back down the driveways towards the main house. The ambulance is gone and there seem to be fewer police cars than before. I walk up to the front door and the cop who's guarding it. DaCosta inside, I ask. Yup. I walk on in. I see DaCosta at the end of the hall and move that way myself. What's the dope, Joe? You still here? Asks DaCosta as he turns towards me. Look, I'm sorry about Black, but I don't want you buttoning in on this case. I won't. Just tell me enough to get the old man off my back. All I know is that whoever did this is a pro. The only thing we can find are dead bodies, and unless the lab boys find something, that may be all we have. I walk over to the large walnut desk in front of the French windows. To its right is a large pool, I should say lake, of blood and the ghostly chalk outline of Hayes's body. The doors are shut and locked, but 2 panes of glass are broken in, and the glass is scattered over the desk and floor. Looks like shots went through the doors. My hand starts searching my pocket, but finds no cigarettes. Joe, can I get a fag from you? Sure, but you can't. You can smoke it outside. I'm kicking you out and heading back downtown. How about a ride? Next you'll be wanting on the city payroll. No, I'm willing to work for a living. Are you willing to walk? The ride back down California Street isn't as quiet as the ride out. The hustle and bustle of a city beginning its day always excites me. A city coming to life is especially helpful today. Helpful in washing away the feeling of death I have just seen. I can't get any more information out of DaCosta. Don't think he has any more to give. He drops me off on Kearney Street and I walk to the office. The old man is waiting for me just inside the door. Jacket off, ever-present cigar in his mouth, thumbs under the bright red suspenders. What did you find out? He says as I enter. He turns and enters his office. After removing my overcoat, I follow without having to be told. I drop into the well-worn leather chair that sits in front of his desk. Well, out with it. Got a cigarette, I ask? I know I'm walking a thin line, but what would life be without a bit of risk? Ida, he bellows. No need for him to use the intercom that sits on his desk. In the 6 years I have been with the old man, I've never seen him use it. Bring in some cigarettes so I can get a story out. Ida opens the door and tosses a pack of cigarettes at me. I start to tell the old man they're not my brand, but I remember how thin that line is. After the cigarette is lit and I have sent my first puff of smoke toward the old man, I know it's time to fill him in. It only takes a few minutes to recount what little I found out. The old man says nothing during my recitation, his eyes fixed on some point on the ceiling. He keeps his large black cigar rolling from one side of his mouth to the other. The cigar stops its movement and points toward me. His eyes follow. So DaCosta thinks it's a professional job. Yes, sir. And you? It looked pretty professional. What type of danger did Hayes' lawyer say he was in? He said he didn't know, which I found hard to believe at the time, but now it looks like a case of misjudgment. Misjudgment? Sure. Look at Hayes. Hayes could afford to buy all the protection he wanted, or thought he needed, let alone what he could have gotten from the police. No, if he knew what he was up against, he would have made sure he was better protected. Well, it's our case now. I want you to put some time in on it. Hey, boss, who's Hayes' lawyer? T.C. Van Ness, Jr. And that's it. We're on the case. All right. So that's the case intro. We've got the newspaper to read. It's a long newspaper. So let's take a little 5-minute break and we'll read the newspaper and start our day. But that was a pretty atmospheric. That gave me the feeling of 1930s Gumshoe detective. All right, 5-minute break, and we will come back. Just looking over the introduction again and writing down any additional notes here. So 2 people were killed. Scott Hayes, the rich guy that was being protected by our agency, and Howard, the detective at our agency who got killed. The detective was shot in the back of the head twice. Looks like a pro killed him. He was in the middle of eating a donut and coffee. Didn't see it coming. We found his notebook. The chauffeur found the body. And then we go inside and we find out that he shot through the French windows. The doors are shut and locked. 2 panes of glass are broken and the glass shattered. Looks like shots went through the doors. So shot from outside while he's sitting at his desk. So this seems to be... Okay, so a little bit of clues already. The detective is watching the house from the car, eating his food, drinking his coffee. He's shot in the back of the head. That has to either be first or at the same time, right? Because if he heard shots or the breaking of the glass of the window in the house, he would have gotten up and done something. So I think it's logical to assume that the detective is killed first, either with a silencer or killed and the guy in the house doesn't get up from his desk, which is a little odd, or they're shot at exactly the same time by 2 assailants. Okay, let's just see if there's any more information. So shot through the glass, through the window. So not by someone he knew. Okay. And then when we get back, he says, what kind of danger did the lawyer didn't know. And our boss says, look, if he had known he was in this much serious danger, he would have been better protected. So I guess we're being told that Scott didn't understand the danger he was in. And then maybe 2 assailants. Professionals, like it's a professional hit. All right. And then we learn the lawyer is T.C. Van Ness, Jr. Okay. All right, now we have to read the newspaper, which is going to take some time and mostly be irrelevant. But that's the nature of this channel, mostly irrelevant. If you're watching this not live, you can find the timestamps and skip over the half hour or whatever it takes to read this newspaper. But at least for this experience, we're going to give the full experience of the game. Okay, but I will read it quickly. Most of it's not going to be important for us. So, police strikers in clash. Let's show you this. You can read it with me. Police strikers in clash. Call bulletin, July 3rd, 1934. That's today's paper. NRA member, we do our part. There's a little bit of weather here. Headline, blame Kaiser's sons in revolt. Rat princess for role in plot. I need my glasses. Goring brands scions of Hohenzollern worse than von Schleicher by Tom Wilhelm. Berlin, July 3rd, INS. Chancellor Adolf Hitler closed the books today on the rebellion which he crushed Saturday with an iron hand. The Chancellor ordered cessation of all further reprisals against those who opposed his rule in an outbreak of violence and death that held Germany in terror for 48 hours. Meantime, Germany was stirred by reports that former Crown Prince Frederick Wilhelm and his brother, Prince August Wilhelm, had been ordered to leave Germany within 3 days. The Crown Prince was reportedly already en route to Dorn, Holland, to join his father, the former Kaiser, in exile. However, the secretary of the Kaiser's household at Dorn denied this report, as well as a London report that Friedrich von Wilhelm had already arrived in Dorn. Prince August Wilhelm, fourth son of the ex-Kaiser known as Aui, was reportedly still in Berlin. 2 princes accused. The agitation against the 2 sons of the House of Hohenzollern was understood to have been based on the accusation that they, continued on page 2, were more guilty than von Schleicher in the projected toppling of the Nazi regime. General Kurt von Schleicher, a former chancellor, was one of the victims of Hitler's coup to crush the revolt. He and his wife were shot while resisting arrest at his home in a peaceful suburb. It was reported that Aui was badly frightened over the bloody events of the last weekend. He was a member of the staff of Captain Karl Ernst, a commander of the Berlin stormtroops. He was one of the few members of Ernst's staff to go unpunished, and most of them are reported to have been executed. Aui, it was learned, was called before General Hermann Wilhelm Goering, Prussian premier and new strongman of the Hitler regime since the blotting out of Rome. Rohem. If you had any sense, you would blow out your brains, Goering was quoted as having told the Kaiser's crowd, cowed and trembling son, but you haven't, so you better go home to bed. There was indication that Vice-Chancellor Franz von Papen would not be further molested or punished for his reputed opposition to Nazi policies. Saved by presidents. The intervention of President von Hindenburg was regarded as having saved von Papen from ouster from the cabinet, if not more drastic punishment. It was authentically reported that Hindenburg yesterday had demanded that his friend von Papen be protected and had made their Reichsheer, or government troops responsible for his safety. As the storm of violence recedes and the events of the last weekend take on perspective, it was revealed that there were really 3 alleged conspiracies which stirred Chancellor Hitler to his violent counter-revolutionary coup. Captain Rohem, it was declared, wanted to consolidate his position as head of the stormtroops and confidant of Hitler, from which he believed himself slipping. Probably all true stories, by the way, just like the Sherlock Holmes newspaper we've been reading. These are probably mostly true articles. Okay, next article. Paralysis fade-out predicted. July 3rd, while scientists and public health authorities predict that the present epidemic of infantile paralysis will probably fade away before the middle of next summer, the United States Health Department, represented by James P. Leake, is preparing to establish headquarters in Los Angeles until the danger is past. Dr. Leake declared that fewer victims will suffer permanent paralysis than in any other outbreak. This, he declared, was due to the stringent control of cases throughout the state. He has just completed a citywide survey of the disease here. Reports from Los Angeles indicate that a slight but steady decrease in the number of cases has been affected. There are 1,624 cases throughout the state, 1,164 in Los Angeles, 137 in Alameda County, and 80 in San Francisco. Next item. Late. Emporium founder murdered. Police find second body. Scott Hayes, age 68, chairman of the board of the Emporium, was found dead early this morning at Baker's Beach Mansion, his stately home at 34 Scenic Way. So this is an article about our case. So we'll want to make a note of this. So it's got the address of his house, and it says he's chairman of the Emporium. Okay. Hayes' body, police would not comment on the case other than to say that the founder of the successful dry goods palace on Market Street was shot twice. Hayes' body was discovered in his study by the family chauffeur, Mr. Roland Jones. When the police searched the grounds, they also found the body of Howard Black, 41, an employee of the Continental Detective Agency. Apparently, Black had been shot twice in the head while seated in a car parked near the garage on the grounds of the mansion. Okay. Next article. Boozy orgy climaxed by death. Man and wife seized after victim dies in Black Hills shooting affray. Riddled by shotgun wounds received in a Black Hills murder mystery climaxing a drinking spree, Ernst Bowersmith, 50, of Oakland, died early today, and a middle-aged housewife and her husband were held in an Oakland jail for investigation in connection with the crime. Police also sought the victim's brother, Herbert, as the result of Bowersmith's deathbed statement. Quote unquote, "My brother shot me. He was drunk and I hid a half gallon of liquor so he wouldn't drink anymore. When I wouldn't tell him where it was, he shot me." Police, however, arrested Mrs. Rosie Smith, 47, and her husband, Ori, 49, when a blood-stained shotgun was found in the ramshackle Smith cottage adjoining the Bowersmith shack on Leona Park Heights in the Oakland Hills. Smith, seized when he returned to his home at 1:30 a.m., 2 hours after the slaying, explained the bloodstains on the weapon with this statement, quote unquote, "I killed a chicken yesterday morning. I shot it with the gun and then had to club it to death with the butt. That's how the bloodstains got there." Smith said he had been visiting friends in Alameda all evening. He denied any knowledge of the murder. The slaying came to light when Mrs. Smith accosted a motorman at the end of Leona Heights streetcar line and told him, "A man has been shot. Will you tell them to send an ambulance when you get to town?" Officers George Kelly and T.P. Potts, arriving on the scene with the ambulance, found Bowersmith lying unconscious in his shack. While in the Smith home, they discovered the shotgun with one chamber fired. Next item, flaming gas kills 2 in car. Drenched by flaming gasoline, 2 identified men were burned to death early today when the fuel tank of their car exploded in a highway crash 12 miles north of Salinas on the Prunedale Cutoff. The car in which the charred bodies were found was registered to A. Ganessa, Box 36, Gonzales, Monterey County. Melvin McDonald of Oakland and John Sabin of San Francisco told police they were driving an apricot truck along the highway when the automobile crashed into them. The victims, pinned under the flaming wreckage, died before they could be extricated. That's pretty gruesome. All right, next item. Marie Dressler still clings to life. Santa Barbara, July 2nd, INS, which I think is something news service. Holding her own in her gallant battle against death, Marie Dressler, 63, beloved actress of stage and screen, today was reported as being comparatively comfortable. Those close to the trooper still fear that there can be no recovery from the complication of cancer and a weak heart. Dr. Franklin R. Newsom, attending physician, issued the following bulletin. Miss Dressler has passed a quiet night and is comparatively comfortable this morning. Her pulse, temperature, and respiration remains as on the previous day. Next item. Man dies, 3 slugged in Bay strike battles. Ominous quiet reigned on the San Francisco waterfront this morning as peaceful picketing in Oakland left 1 man reported near death and 2 others painfully injured from assaults by alleged strikers. A 4th victim, Wayne Thor, 40, striking longshoreman, 1616 Stanage Avenue, Berkeley, was found slumped in death over the wheel of his automobile. Coroner Grant D. Miller ordered an inquest despite the fact that police said Thor's death was apparently due to natural causes. In another assault, Lloyd Carter, 38, Woodland truck driver, told police he was beaten by 4 strike sluggers in a restaurant at 6th and Folsom Streets, San Francisco. Carter was treated for a fractured nose and facial lacerations at the Central Emergency Hospital. The victim reported to the police that he was driving a load of fiber boxes to Petaluma and stopped at the restaurant when 4 strikers entered and beat him when he admitted to owning the truck. 2 arrests were made in San Francisco, 3 in the East Bay. Arthur Wallstrom, 52, junior officer of the SS Texmar, and William Dadds, 37, of 576 Clay Street, a strike picket, were held for disturbing the peace following a street fight in which Wallstrom allegedly pulled a .25 caliber revolver on Dadds. Wallstrom was held for trial on July 10th, while Dadds was freed for lack of evidence. Next item, fireworks blaze sweeps Oregon City. Cascade Locks, Oregon, July 3rd, AP. The Donnerville Dam 4th of July celebration continued here today, while plans were being made to rebuild the town's business section, which was razed by a $50,000 fire last night. Originating in a stock of fireworks, the blaze interrupted the first night of the celebration and threatened to sweep the town and enter timberlands outside. The Catholic Church, the Oddfellows Hall, and the post office were among the larger buildings burned. Next item, cowboy wins heart of pretty teacher. Tucson, Arizona, July 3rd, INS. The old western story of a pretty girl from the east who is wooed in a whirlwind desert courtship by a dashing cowboy has come true for Betty Lavick, educator of Dayton, Ohio, and A. Studley Hart of Elgin, Arizona. The two were on a honeymoon in the Southwest today after a secret wedding. Next item, in Oakland, 3 strikebreakers were arrested while riding in a car with a police escort, charged with possession of a knife and a razor. The trio gave their names as Sam Winifrey, Bob Evans, and Charles Plunkett. John Welch, chief engineer of the SS Golden Tide, was slugged when he came off the ship at the Moore Shipyards in Alameda. Court cases connected with strike violence continued today before Municipal Judge Sullivan J. Lazarus. So, a lot of violent striking going on. All right, continuing with our newspaper. Next item. Keep away from waterfront, says Quinn. Don't go near the waterfront! Exclamation point. That warning was issued today to San Franciscans by Police Chief William J. Quinn as a precaution to innocent bystanders against being injured in any possible violence incident to the Marine strike. Quote, while I'm confident that I have enough men to patrol the strike area today, Quinn said, thrill seekers and others with no business on the waterfront will seriously hamper police movement. If trouble does develop, the innocent spectator may be in danger. Next item, Warsaw claims soda pop flyers. Warsaw, July 3rd, AP. Poland rousingly acclaimed today 2 of its native sons, Joseph and Benjamin Adamovich of Brooklyn, for their transatlantic flight. The brothers landed here late yesterday after a hop from Toruń, Poland. Thousands roared a welcome to the soda pop manufacturers. Among those greeting them was John Cowdehy, the American ambassador. Next item, Dern to see Panama, Washington, July 3rd. Secretary of War Dern will sail from New York on the steamship Ancon today for an extensive inspection trip to the Panama Canal Zone. Dern will make a brief stop at Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Next item, ICC won't interfere. Washington, July 2nd. The Interstate Commerce Commission today refused to interfere with operation by the Railway Express Agency of a motor transport corporation as a subsidiary. Next item, drive crowd from San Francisco docks. 2,500 strikers gathering as police arrest 2 in first skirmish. At noon yesterday, the hour set for the opening of the port, police were to be found driving crowds of strikers off the waterfront, clearing the Embarcadero as new pickets rushed up in a flank move. Rincon Hill and other elevations were thronged with persons awaiting possible conflict between police and strikers when the first trucks leave the docks. Clashing with the police as the Embarcadero was cleared of all picketers, 300 strikers were driven back across their waterfront thoroughfare and 2 blocks from the docks. 50 police mounted on horses and motorcycles and in radio cars backed the crowd of picketers to 2nd and Towson Streets from in front of Pier 38, where they offered a stubborn resistance. Orders to clear the waterfront of all persons not there in legal business were issued by Chief of Police William J. Quinn. 2,500 gathering. Meanwhile, as tension mounted to a high pitch with a force of 680 police mobilized for an emergency, a throng of 2,500 strikers and sympathizers was reported gathered on the outskirts of the Embarcadero. All side streets leading to the waterfront were blockaded by police details, armed with tear gas, clubs, and riot guns. Through talking, officials of the Industrial Association, it was learned, said they were through talking and will act without further words. The opening will go through as planned, they indicated, with only direct intervention from President Roosevelt to halt it at this time. Assistant Secretary of Labor Edward F. McGrady announced at a meeting of the President's board that one more attempt would be made to defer action by the industrial group. McGrady, member of the President's board, announced that the longshoremen have been asked to take a referendum on submitting to arbitration and to report by Thursday midnight the results of the vote. If the strikers vote against arbitration, the board will invoke its full power under a Labor Disputes Act and call a forced election. So huge strike going on in San Francisco at this time, July 3rd, 1934. Now, it would be nice if someone could look up if this is all real. Was this real? Was there really a huge strike at the Embarcadero in San Francisco on July 3rd, 1934? All right, continuing our newspaper. Seen and heard in San Francisco's hotel lobbies. Alva Wilson, West Coast representative for the Waldorf Astoria Hotel of New York, has opened his office at the St. Francis. Wilson, assistant manager of the St. Francis Bureau, is to handle the Waldorf's Australian and Oriental business. Boris Karloff, film villain, has taken time off to journey here with the Hollywood cricket team for a 2-game series with the local Barbarians. The cricketers played yesterday at Kentfield and play again today at Julius Kahn Playground here. Karloff, a thoroughgoing Britisher, is one of the film colony's most ardent cricket fans. C. Aubrey Smith, English character actor, is also here with their cricket team. Both actors are at the Sir Francis Drake. Miss Agnes Harmon of New Jersey is a guest of the St. Francis Hotel. She is visiting her nephew, Mr. Howard Kern, and his wife Anne of 2405 Pacific Avenue. Miss Harmon's late husband was founder and chairman of the Harmon Chemical Corporation in Paramus, New Jersey. All right. Page 2, which we already read some of, and looks like we'll try to go through it quickly. Will Pauper be king? Doc J. Willard looks at horses. Thoroughbred horses are the royalty of the animal kingdom. Outside the secret meeting of the matchmakers of minor European houses, no one evaluates bloodlines and ancestry like the horse player. The odds in the sport of kings are carefully cultivated fruits of a patient study of the heredity of the pretenders to the throne. Yet, of all the progeny of the greatest equine sires and dames, only a very few ever become monarchs of the track. Therefore, when a pauper rises to become a prince, it can be as devastating to the odds makers as revolution is to the regal. Such a horse is Sundowner, the magnificent 4-year-old from New South Wales, in the land of Down Under, brought to this country by Mr. Scott Hayes. That's interesting. So our guy, in addition to running this Emporium Dry Goods, brought a horse to race who's doing especially well. Tomorrow's Independence Cut will be the greatest test of the Australian stallion wearing the blue and white of the Paisley Ranch. This reporter can hardly think about picking a winner in the 4th of July extravaganza at 1 p.m. tomorrow at Tanforan without being tempted to go with the unknown horse. Certain Eastern racing groups would love to tip the odds their way if Sundowner can be moved east under their control. Interesting. Someone wants that horse. Some who do not like the commotion his arrival would entail would probably rather he remain in California. Yet it is sure that the smart money cannot make the choice in tomorrow's race on lineage alone. That is something that few devotees of the earthen ring can relish. Okay, there's an ad for Tarzan and Maureen O'Sullivan. Johnny Weissmuller, Tarzan and his mate, Maureen O'Sullivan, last times today. I guess they're performing live. Here's a note from Zach in the comments. The 1934 West Coast waterfront strike lasted 83 days and began on May 9th, 1934, when longshoremen in every U.S. West Coast port walked out. The strike peaked with the death of 2 workers on Bloody Thursday and the San Francisco general strike, which stopped all work in the major port city for 4 days. Okay, so we're right in the thick of it. That was a pretty big deal. Next article. Love contract leads to knifing of 2. Cite jealousy in attempt at slaying. To keep jealousy out of their love affair, Edgar M. Ansley, 58, a cook, and Lillian Lena Davis, 20, signed a weird love contract. It was written in pencil on old brown butcher's paper, and it provided that in return for payment of Miss Davis's rent by Ashley, she would give him 3 hours' time, 3 times a week, at her own convenience. But today, jealousy had triumphed. Their contract, bloodstained, was in the hands of detectives as evidence of Ansley's asserted attempt to kill the woman with a butcher knife and then commit suicide. Ansley was in the prison ward of General Hospital with both wrists deeply slashed, pale from lack of blood. Miss Davis was in another ward of the same hospital with a gash in her throat and a cut in her right thigh. Pretty gruesome. Both will recover. Sidney Thompson, who lives in the apartment house of which Miss Davis was manager, was awakened by low moans at his hall door. Thompson found Miss Davis bleeding and leaning against the wall, scarcely able to speak. Ed cut me, he gasped. She gasped. Then she fell to the floor. The love contract found in the room reads as follows. A contract between E.M. Ansley and Lillian Davis. In consideration of the fact that E.M. Ansley does hereby agree to cancel all indebtedness of every kind now due him by Lillian Davis, and mark said debt paid in full. Lillian Davis does hereby agree to give E.M. Ansley not less than 3 hours each night of her time for 3 nights each week, the nights not to be any certain nights in the week, but such 3 nights each week as shall suit the convenience of Lillian Davis, the hours to be between 6 p.m. and 3 a.m. of the same night. It is further agreed that E.M. Ansley shall keep the rent of their apartment paid in advance at all times, and Lillian Davis shall be responsible for the gas and light bills as they shall occur. We, E.M. Ansley and Lillian Davis, do hereby agree to abide by this contract, and the terms of this are to be known only to us two. Signed, Lillian Davis and E.M. Ansley. I don't know if I would call that a love contract. That's a different kind of contract. That's a kept contract, not really a love contract. Okay, next item. Broker denies he'll wed Helen Jacobs. Newton, Massachusetts, July 2nd, AP. Sheldon F. Fisher, prominent Boston advertising man, today had denied reports that he was engaged to marry Helen Jacobs of California, United States women's tennis champion. I'm sorry to hear that there is such a rumor, Fisher said. There is absolutely nothing to it. We are good friends, and that is all. Fisher said the story was undoubtedly based on the fact that Miss Jacobs spent much of her time in his company while visiting Miss Lona Friend in Melrose last year. Okay. Maybe just a beard. Next item. This way to Hollywood. Hollywood, June 2nd. Marshall A. Nealon, a veteran film director, today had petitioned the United States District Court to adjudge him bankrupt. Nealon said he was without assets and that his debts totaled $195,000, including an item of $66,249 owing the government for income taxes. Hollywood mice thrive on poetry. Alyssa Landy made the discovery when she opened a box that once contained manuscripts of her childhood attempts at verse. Only shredded papers remained of the author's actress treasured juvenilia. Next item. Anne Harding at Gate tomorrow. The Life of Virgie Winters, co-starring for the first time the charming Anne Harding and John Bowles, opens at the Golden Gate Theater tomorrow in conjunction with a new stage show headed by Horace Heidt and his Californians. As Virgie Winters, a small-town milliner, it is said Miss Harding gives a superb performance in a role entirely worthy of her exceptional talents. What is a milliner? M-I-L-I-N-E-R. Milliner. Can someone look that up? Next item. Art collector to speak Thursday evening. Noted collector of Oriental artifacts, Miss Ellen Pembroke, will speak to the Ladies' Auxiliary of the local Elks Lodge on Thursday night, July 5th at 8 p.m. Miss Pembroke's address will focus on Chinese boxes. Puzzle boxes fascinate me, says Miss Pembroke. They range from simple boxes designed primarily for children to elaborately designed and carved boxes of all materials. The Elks Auxiliary extends an invitation to the public to attend Thursday's meeting. Next item, In the Social World by Phoebe Newhart. Miss Barbara Macaulay, who was presented at the Court of St. James early in June and is now enjoying a series of garden parties and other typically English summer diversions, is moving in a rhythm vastly different from that in which her brother, Edward Macaulay Jr., finds himself this summer. Young Macaulay is at Lake Tahoe, where, for the next 6 weeks, he will be the art instructor at a boys' camp. Outdoor lessons to a group of youngsters whose minds are on swimming and fishing and eating is one of the wonders of the new technique of vacationing. Young Macaulay is the son of Captain and Mrs. Macaulay of San Mateo. All right. Milliner, a person who makes or sells women's hats. Interesting. Okay. Women's hats. Really? It's that specialty? It's not like just hats in general. It's just women's hats. There's a name for someone who makes just women's hats. Doesn't that seem odd? Women don't wear hats much these days, do they? I mean, no one wears hats much these days. But, okay. Next item. We're almost done with the newspaper here. Jacobs wins at Wimbledon. Palfrey loses. These are probably true stories as well. British Cup stars lose in doubles play by Charles A. Smith, an International News Service sports writer. Wimbledon, England, July 3rd. Helen Jacobs of the USA, Dorothy Round of Great Britain, Madame Simone Matthew of France, and Joan Hartigan of Australia today fought their way into the semi-final round of the women's singles in the All-England Tennis Championship. Helen eliminated Fräulein C. Ausum, Germany's number 1, 6-0, 6-2. Dorothy defeated MLLE. Someone might tell me what that's an abbreviation for. Mademoiselle Louette, Swiss, number 1, 6-4, 6-2. Madame Matthew trimmed Sarah Palfrey of Boston 6-3, 3-6, 6-2. And Johann stopped Peggy Scriven of England 3-6, 6-3, 6-1. A surprise. This last victory was the most surprising of the tournament. The Australian girl had never appeared at Wimbledon before, and it was believed she would fall an easy victim to one of the well-known stars. She will meet Miss Jacobs in the semifinals, and Madame Matthew will clash with Miss Round. Okay, then we've got an item of Coast League standings of the club, Los Angeles, just how the Coast League baseball maybe one lost percentage, not sure. Good Manners by Mrs. Cornelius Beekman. Dear Miss Beekman, I have been corresponding with a young man in a distant city for a year or more. I received a present recently from him. He didn't want me to accept it from him, but from his mother. She lives abroad, and it was sent to him from her to give to his girlfriend. I've never met his mother. What acknowledgement should I make? Signed, J. Here's the answer that Miss Manners replies. First, write the young man a letter of thanks for his sending you the present, chatting about your appreciation both of his kindness and of his mother's generous thought, and telling of your enthusiasm for the gift. Enclosed in this letter will be your letter of thanks to his mother, which you will ask him to be good enough to forward to her. Don't seal this letter to his mother, but do affix the postage on it. Okay. Mademoiselle, yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. And then we've got, that's the end of our articles. We've got a section here of recommendations for what to listen to on the air tonight. So if you were in 1934, you might listen at 4 p.m. to Rudy Valley and Beatrice Lilly, Cliff Edwards guest artists on KGO radio. And then at 4:30, the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra, the first of a series of summer concerts on KFRC. At 5:30, Half Hour with Mirth and Melody by Waring's Pennsylvanians on KFRC. At 6 p.m., you could listen to Paul Whiteman's show on KGO Radio. At 6:45, Life of the Rileys. That's a radio show I recognize the name of on KPO, although I don't remember much about it, but it was one of those Leave It to Beavers families, or maybe just a husband and wife. Life of Rileys. Someone could look that up in the comment. At 8 p.m., Standard Symphony Hour featuring Scherzo from Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, Alfred Hertz conducting on KGO. 9 p.m., the NBC Drama Hour presenting a comedy, The Van Gelderhofs on KPO Radio. That might be nice to listen to after you watch this stream, if you can find that radio play. And then lastly, at 10 p.m., Rainbow Harmonies, Hornicks Orchestra, tenor Myron Neasley on KPO. And then lastly, we've got a couple ads here. One is for stamp photos. You send them a photo, they send you 100 little gummed stickers of your photo that you could put on your envelopes. There's a Kennel Club here, Greyhound Racing Nightly. The Kennel Club South San Francisco, the Queen of Sports, America's Fastest Greyhounds. Featuring Fred Lamb and his orchestra. 11 races. The first race is at 8:15 p.m. Admission is 10 cents. Okay. It's a little ad for the Von Dorn Hotel. 242 Turk. Ordway's got his phone number. Permanent rates from $4 weekly. How'd you like a hotel? $4 weekly. $4 weekly. You're lucky for $400 daily now. The Life of Riley is a 2006 American film adaptation of actor Charles Nelson Riley. That's not right. Oh, my laptop wanted to restart. That's not right. Life of Riley means living the easy life. I believe it's coming. There's a show. You keep looking, Zach. There must be a radio. I believe there's a radio show. The Life of Riley. The Life of the Rileys. The Life of the Rileys. I'd like to know the etymology of that phrase. It sounds like you're saying, Zach is saying in the channel, that the Life of Riley is living the easy life. Appeared in the early 1900s, but that's got to be based on something, right? Like, who was Riley? And then Life of the Rileys sounds like someone made a little sitcom radio drama takeoff on that phrase, if it wasn't the original of it. Okay. So in this newspaper, there's a lot going on. Sound like maybe a couple more crime things that might be related to other cases, but not our case. But two cases related, two stories related to our case. And actually, this would be a good time in my timestamps to put, okay, so we finished reading the newspaper. Now we can talk about, so people might jump ahead. I'll put a timestamp so you can jump ahead. But okay, so we found 2 articles in the paper. So let's make a special page in our notes. This game looks like it really is going to require serious notes. So we found 2 articles in the newspaper. One was on Scott Hayes's murder. And it didn't say much, right? It looked like it was just a recapping of the stuff we knew. But it did give us the addresses, right? It said Baker Street Mansion, that's where he lived, at 34 Scenic Way. Okay. And then his shop, his emporium, is on Market Street, if that's relevant for us. By the way, my best friend Rob, when I was in high school, Rob Burton, the supermarket near him was called Food Emporium, and they had a little jingle, Food Emporium, something you can have it your way or whatever. But it was pretty, it was good. It was a good store, the Food Emporium. We used to go there all the time. Okay, okay, what else does it mention? It just mentioned the detective who was shot in the back twice to the head. And that was discovered by the chauffeur. Okay, so nothing new in that article other than the addresses of where he lives. Okay, here we go. There was another radio show of the same name, The Life of Riley, an American radio situation comedy of the 1940s that was adapted into a 1949 feature film. There you go. All right, so it was famous. There are surely YouTube clips of it. It might be interesting. Okay, then there was a next article about Scott Hayes importing a horse. So this seemed very interesting to us. We don't know the motive of what happened to Scott Hayes, but this mentions a racehorse, Sundowner. It says he's like some surprise star horse brought to the country from South Wales by Scott Hayes. It says that there's an Independence Cup race tomorrow. Okay. And it's going to be a test of this horse, who's going to be wearing a banner of Paisley House. I guess that might be the sponsor. I don't think that's relevant. But, okay, so, and that race is at the, it looks like it's Tanforan. It's a little hard to see, like there might be a typo or a misprint. Tanforan. And then it says there's certain people. It's not exactly clear what it's saying about other people, but it's saying, like, it says certain Eastern racing groups would love to tip the odds their way if he can be moved to the east under their control. And then some do not like the commotion his arrival would entail, would probably rather him remain in California. Yet it is sure that smart money cannot make the choice on lineage alone. So it sounds like it's saying some people want this horse to stay in California. Some people want to see it race internationally. All right. And then in the newspaper, there was a bunch of other stuff. There was like a murder-suicide. There was murder that was pinned on this couple, but there was a note saying that it was, or a deathbed confession that is saying it's his brother. There were all these dox crimes. Okay, well, there was the newspaper. We'll refer to it if we need to later. That is exhausting. That is 2 hours and we hadn't started the game. How do you like that? Welcome to Gumshoe. It wouldn't be 2 hours if you were playing it on your own and you didn't have to read everything out loud, but wow, right? That is... we haven't even started looking anything up. All right, we're going to take another 5-minute break, as is traditional after we read the newspaper. And then we will be able to start looking up clues and getting into the clue book. All right, 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're 2 hours or so into playing Gumshoe, the 1985 rare and out-of-print game based on Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We finished reading the newspaper and the introduction to the case, and we're ready to actually start playing. Before we do, we're going to do a little recap. And I want to first, though, give thanks to a thread on Board Game Geek discussing a little bit of tips for playing the game from people who have played it, which has been useful to me. And this was a thread started by Martin Smith, and you can find this in the Gumshoe section. And he basically says a lot of the stuff that I've already talked about. The cases aren't self-contained. You can't solve a case just by the day that it first appears. You're supposed to play, he suggests you only try to solve a case at the very end. You have to play it multiple times, when to look at the autopsy reports. Now, there's a bit, this is going to be relevant to us. There's a bit of disagreement from some of the replies. He says, don't look at the Q&A booklet until you finish the whole thing. Like, don't play all 9 days before you look at any questions. And then someone else replies and says, you can read the questions and you can try to answer them at the end of each day, and the questions don't give anything away, but don't read the answers and don't try to solve them. Don't try to officially solve them till the end of the day. And we're going to work on that person's reply, their suggestion. So at the end of the day, like the Sherlock Holmes games, there's some questions you have to answer. And we talked about in the unboxing how in Sherlock Holmes there's a long narrative answer about the case. In this game, everything is in this very tiny book. All 9 cases are in this tiny little pamphlet. And the answers for each case's mystery is just like a paragraph. So they're very brief. But we're going to read the questions about this case at the end of this day 1. Or at least at the end of when we finish playing, however many times we're going to play day 1. But we're not going to look up the answer because we may not be able to solve this case after 1 day. So you'll see the questions, but again, just to set your expectations that we're not going to wrap up this case. We're not going to see the solution to this case on this video. That only would come after 9 days. Okay, let's recap for those who are just joining us. We've joined a detective agency. We got called to our first case. The first case is a double homicide, a murder of a man named Scott Hayes, who was the owner of the Emporium Dry Goods. He knew he was in danger, didn't know quite what danger he was in, but he had hired our agency to protect him. And one of our fellow detectives in our agency was sitting in a car staking out this guy, Scott Hayes' mansion to protect him. He was killed as well last night. He was shot twice in the back of the head while he was sitting in his car eating and drinking coffee. Scott Hayes was killed in his study, shot through the window, it looks like. Cops think it was a professional hit. They were both killed right on the spot. No mess ups, no evidence. We did find our detectives, whose name was Howard. We did find a book, a little notebook that was in the car with him. This guy, Scott Hayes, we don't know exactly why he felt in danger. He did, but we don't think he knew it was this serious. We did find in the newspaper an item about him importing a racehorse that's doing surprisingly well. But that's about it. We've been put on this case. You can imagine the detective agency, the old boss, our boss, the old man, is now more invested than ever than solving this case because one of our own was killed. And that's about it. I think that summarizes everything we know. Someone can let me know in the channel if there's anything that I've missed. We probably have access to the autopsy and crime scenes at this point. In fact, let's look at those. July 3rd, here we go. Okay, well, we're going to look at these now. We're going to look at them together. All right, here's the autopsy report. Sorry. Oh, boy. Laboratory report on examination of evidence for Howard. This is the detective who was shot in his car. It says, driveway of the Scott Hayes Estate, 34 Scenic Way, San Francisco. Body found in 1932 Essex, automobile registered to victim. There's a photograph here. Not a photograph. Oh, yeah, I guess it would have been a photograph. Okay, there he is, shot, slumped over in his car. All right. Now let's look at this. What have we got here? We've got some ballistics. So we've got bullet 1 on the top row, bullet 2 on the bottom row. Just different rotation angles. It's a hollow point bullet. There's some details that mean nothing to us. We can see it's a 38-45. I'm not sure if that means that one was a 38 and one was a 45. Or if they're not sure of the caliber. I think they're saying it's two different bullets. Is that right? Two different bullets? Is that what it's telling us? I think that's what it's telling us. They don't look particularly different sizes. Okay, I'm not sure. If someone knows a little bit more about ballistics could tell us, but I believe that's how I'm reading this, that these are two different caliber bullets shot from two different guns. All right. So those photos and details aren't useful to us unless we find a gun we could match them with, right? Okay, so it's just saying the firearm wasn't found. These aren't test bullets. These are real bullets. Caliber, I don't know why it says not available. The caliber, maybe, okay, if this says caliber not available, maybe this is saying that it's a 38 or a 45, like they can't quite tell from the bullet. I'm not sure about that. Okay, here are some notes. Gun found on victim, 38 Smith & Wesson, was not fired. Bullet number 1 is most likely a 38 special with a 6-inch barrel, hand-loaded bullet, extra heavy charge, no fingerprints. Bullet number 1 is a 38 special. Yeah, okay, so bullet number 2 maybe from a different caliber. All right. Gun found on victim, that's just saying that our detective had a gun on him. We saw that. It was still in his holster. That's what makes us think that he was completely shot by surprise, hadn't heard anything. So that's why we thought maybe he had been killed first or at the same time as the guy. 38 special 6-inch barrel, extra heavy charge. That would be loud. An extra heavy charge would be a loud shot that you would probably hear. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now let's look at the lab report on Scott Hayes. All right, so Scott Hayes, this was the guy in his mansion. I should probably turn off that autofocusing if I'm just going to always have it focus on the ground here. Okay. So there's a diagram of his room. Let's see if there's anything to note here. Door locked from the inside. these French door was locked from the inside here too, we were told by the cops. So no one got in. We think they shot him from outside. It looks like he had his back to the glass, right? He's looking this way. Shots came in from behind, shot him in the back of the head. It looks like maybe he was on the phone. Does this look like maybe he was on the phone to you? Either on the phone or reaching for the phone. Or tried to grab the phone when he was falling over. But I think that's a bit of a clue. Like maybe he was reaching for his phone. Body found face up. What does that mean? He rolled over? Or they rolled him over? That's interesting. All right. Anything on the back here? Yes. Oh, the bullets for him. All right, let's see. Again, 45 and 38. If we compare these two, pitch 1020, 230 gram, 158 gram. Yeah, same two kinds of bullets. Okay. It says, gun found in desk, not fired. Papers on desk were labor contracts, no fingerprints. Okay, so is he involved in this union labor contract thing? Let's take a look at, can we compare these bullets? Do they look like they're from the same gun? Bullet 1 is a 45. Let's see if you guys can see this well enough. Boy, the bullets look very similar, but these are supposed to. This is the 38 on the top. This is the 38 here. Bullet 2 is a 38 and bullet 1 is a 38. Wow, I don't know. I mean, to my eyes, I can't tell if that rifling, I mean, this rifling and this rifling do look similar to me, except for this line here. And similarly, this one and this one look similar to me. They all look kind of similar. And then this one and this one look very similar to me. And this one and this one. So the way I read that, if that's true, which, so my interpretation of these ballistics, tentatively, 2 guns for each murder. 2 people. They must have shot our detective first, then gone, shot our other guy. So same person killed both people. Same persons killed both people. Same 2 guns used for both shots. But that would mean they have to kill the detective first, and then maybe the other guy got on the phone and they shot him. Or a guy with 2 guns, 1 in each hand. All right. interesting. We'll come back to that if we need to. All right. Those were our lab reports. Do we need to look at the... Do we need to look at the autopsy here? Okay. Let's take a look at this autopsy report from July 3rd. We've got two. We've got autopsy for both of our victims. Here it is here. Okay, following postmortem was performed on July 3rd by Gordon Halsey of the San Francisco Coroner's Office. This postmortem was conducted in accordance... Look, it's got the seals up here. Office of the Coroner, City of San Francisco. Okay. All right. So, Scott Albert Sidney Hayes, 34 Scenic Way. Authorized by the Sun. Okay, let's see what it's got about him. He's Caucasian male, 6 foot tall, 170 pounds, gray hair, whatever. Age 68 years, blood type A. External examination, well-nourished white male, late 60s. Massive damage to the fourth ventricle and severed medulla oblongata. Intact, healthy, no damage to his throat. All right. Wow, shot right twice, right in the base of the head, very close to each other. Came out his face. No bruises or lesions. Death caused by 2 bullet wounds to the head. Instantaneous. Time of death estimated between midnight and 3 a.m. Okay, let's write that this evidence that our reports have given us. Okay, death, midnight to 3 a.m. All right, and now what have we got? Oh, it's his fingerprints. Okay. There's his fingerprints, which probably are not useful to us except in maybe eliminating. If we find some fingerprints, we don't know who they are, we might eliminate them. All right, let's look at the next one here. Here's the autopsy of Howard Black, the detective. All right, 5'11", 157, blonde hair, 41 years old. Massive tissue damage in the right cerebral hemisphere caused by embedded skull fragments. Old fractures of 3 right ribs. Okay. Again, twice in close proximity, back of the head. 2 bullet wounds, death instantaneous, set, same time frame. And then there's his fingerprints. Okay, not very useful to us, these lab reports, other than giving us the time of death. And that's it. That's it for today. Okay. Lab report's not that useful. Only thing we got is time of death. We know the chauffeur found them at 4 a.m. or so, I believe. All right, I think it's time to look at our clues. Look at our clue points and see, do we want to, for the fun of it, because we're in no rush, do you want to see if, put a little marker at where this all happened? 34 Scenic Way. So let's see how we would do this if we wanted to. If we knew San Francisco, we'd know where Scenic Way is, right? But we don't. So we're going to reverse look it up in this Scenic Way is at D4, it says. So we're going to look up D4. We're going to find Scenic Way. I believe it's right there, right by the beach. Yeah, he must be pretty rich. It was near the Presidio, I believe it told us. Okay, so this is where the murder, this is where the double murder occurred. For what it's worth. All right, let us look at our, let's look at the day. Let's look at these leads. Now, I don't know. So here are the clue points. These are the only candidates that we can actually go search. Some of these are addresses that we have no idea at this point why we'd go them. Some of them are listed by item. Look at this one, Black's notebook. So this isn't even a location. This would just be like, we picked up his notebook. That's Howard Black. That's the detective from his car. So we could look up this clue to read the notebook. Then we can go to the FBI or the San Francisco Bureau of Investigation. We can go to the newspaper reporter's guide, the call bulletin. We can go to City Hall. We can go back to our detective agency to talk to maybe the other detective who was on the previous shift. We can go to the fingerprint division. We can go to Golden Gate Park, which is here, pretty nearby, although I don't know why we would go there yet. We can go to Joe Marino, who, if you'll remember, was our informant who knows about gangs. And we can go to T.C. Van Ness, the lawyer. And then we can go to nearby areas in the bay. Those are the ones on that other map, if you'll remember. But we have no reason to go to these. So it's a really interesting mechanic. There's a bunch of addresses here, most of which we don't know. Now, I do notice there's 34 Scenic Way. So we know what that one is. We know 34 Scenic Way is the scene of the crime where he lived. So we could go there to investigate that place more, see if we can find anything more. The rest of these, we don't know what they are or why we would go there. So presumably we wouldn't go there yet until we get some more information. The only exception might be if, for example, we've got a pawn. We know that the pawn shop informant is on Fillmore, so maybe this Fillmore Street is where our pawn shop is. And the call bulletin is going to be to talk to our informant, the reporter, who might know something. I'm a little bit curious to see if we can't find this pawn shop on Fillmore just before we get started to get some idea of how this game works. Like if I look up in the yellow pages, pawn shop, not that we have any real reason to go here. But if we look up pawn shop, we see Abe Cohen is at 112 Fillmore. So 1112 Fillmore. So in fact, this is the pawn shop informant's address. 112 Fillmore. The rest of these, well, there's the gym at the gym. I'd like to get that address if we could, just so we know. Dolph Gymnasium is at 541 Turk. So if you remember in the introduction when we met our fellow detectives, they told us that they gave us a bunch of different people that we could we might talk to just generically, informants like Sherlock Holmes, and their their addresses were vague. So it told us that the bookie, which might be relevant for our case because we've got the sports betting on the horses. So he is told us that he was at Dolph's gym. But now when we looked up that gym in the yellow pages, we got an actual address, 541 Turk, which actually, now that I see it, is in our list, 541 Turk. So only by doing this do we know, okay, that's 541 Turk. That's if we want to talk to the bookmaker. So let's see if there are any others. There's Sammy Fong at the Twin Dragon in Chinatown. What was the Twin Dragon? Was that a restaurant? Let's look it up in the white pages. So we're doing some preliminary stuff. We would only have to do this once so that we have some addresses for our informants, so when we'll recognize their address. Let's see if the yellow pages has Twin Dragons, so we can find out where that is. Twin Dragons is at 158 Waverly. 158 Waverly. Okay, is that in our list here? No. No reason we would need to go down to Chinatown. Okay, what about Fanny Feathers on Pleasant Street? We have no reason to talk to her, but I don't see any Pleasant Street here either. Okay, what about the docks? Because if it was a union thing, maybe we need to go there. Let's look up Hoffman, Oscar Hoffman, and see if we can get an address for him. Oscar Hoffman, not there. I guess I should be looking at age. So it's interesting. There's a little bit of busy work in this game, but it's, well, whether you like that kind of thing depends on how much you can sort of, how much you want to treat the game as sort of making you go through the mechanics of detective work, which I kind of like. So Oscar Hoffman has a home address here. I'm going to write down Oscar Hoffman has a listed address of 571 8th Street. Is that in our thing? It's not in our thing here, although I don't know whether I was going to look. This is sort of a slow start to this game, but if we look at 117, that was our starting thing. Let's read what it says about Oscar. I might mention Oscar Hoffman, who works on the docks. So it might be nice. We found his home address, which might be relevant, but it's not a clue. But I would kind of like to know if we can get his docks address. There's no entry for the docks in the yellow pages. Let's see if it's in here under Union or Docks. Otherwise, we have no way to contact him except if it's at his home. So I don't see a Docks, and is there a Union entry? Union. Okay, there's a lot of Union entries. Union Hotel, Union Airlines. Don't see anything that would tell us. Just stores with Union. What about looking if there's Embarcadero? No. The Emporium. So let's write that down. That's where this guy's thing is. So the Emporium, where our guy that the guy owned, is at 835 Market. And let's just see if there's an entry here. There is an entry here. 835 Market. So look at this interesting mechanic. This is a very interesting little mechanic where you'd have to say, okay, I'm curious about the place that this guy owned. So you find that either Yellow Pages, White Pages, whatever, newspaper. Then you look up to get its exact address. And then you look on your clue points for the day and see if that address shows up somehow. So you might wonder, are there any other addresses that might be relevant? Like, for example, there might be some of the newspaper stories might have addresses. Like, for example, remember those people were... Okay, I'll give you another example. The horse track, where the race was, right? So I wonder if we looked up the horse track, would that be an address that we could go visit? You could, it almost seems like you could cheat and just go to each of these. But it seems like the spirit of the game, you shouldn't be just going to an address that you can't justify, right? If you don't know what's at that address, then you shouldn't be going there, right? So travel around the bay. Like, where is the horse race? It's a Tanforan. But is that in proper San Francisco, or is that in one of the outskirts? I don't see it here. And that's the one that kind of looks like a type misprint. Is it T or is it... Yeah, it looks like a T. But I wonder if you could look that up somewhere. Buildings, hotels, restaurants. All right, we're going to pass on it for now. But it is interesting that we've got some of these locations that we know how to make sense of, and one of these we don't. Some of these we don't. All right. Well, I promised we'd look up our first clue soon, but it's been a while. All right, let's start with our first clue. Let's read that black notebook that our detective was taking notes in. So the black notebook is 158. So I'm going to mark it here. Where's our little time? We're going to have to keep track of this here. All right, so we're going to go to clue 158. It will tell us how much time passes. So we start, I guess, it's a little unclear how to use this, but we're doing something like we're going to 158 is the clue we're looking up. And I guess we write down here somewhere like this is the notebook. 158. All right, let's look at what 158 says. Here we go. I take Black's notebook out of my pocket. How many times I joked about Black's little book. Now I'm getting to see it. Nothing personal. The book is printed in Black's neat style. See if I can show this to you. July 2nd, 1934. This is the night before, right? 5 p.m. Relieve Bannon on Hayes' case. Bannon reports no developments. Can't give much info on Scott Hayes' habits. Put my car where his was. 5:30 p.m. Chauffeur Roland Jones, odd one, takes the Marmon from the garage to the front of the house. Ask him the plan. Says Hayes going to the Maltese Club. Jones' night off. Says he'll drop him, then take the car for the night. He's greased up and polished, scrubbed clean, and smelling like a rose. Ask him if he's got something on. Just smiles. Hayes gets into car. 5:46 p.m. Follow Hayes' car to the Maltese Club, 1789 Montcalm. So let's write this down. This was one when we followed our 158 Black book. We know at 6 p.m. Scott Hayes goes to Maltese Club, and it gives it its address, 1789 Montcalm. So that's going to be an address we could go check out. But let me just read this here again. Hayes enter, Marmon leaves, Roland at wheel. Okay, so the limo driver, the chauffeur, dropped him off there and left. But what is he saying here? He's saying the chauffeur's weird. He takes the car from the garage to the front of the house. Our detective asks him what's going on. He says, Hayes is going to the Maltese Club. It's Jones' night off. So he's going to drop him and then take the car and use the car on his own. And the chauffeur's all greased up, smelling like a rose. We ask him if he's got something on. He just smiles. Okay, so it's the chauffeur's night off, but he's going to drop him off, and then he's taking the limousine on his own. All right? Now we've got more entry here. 6 p.m. Watch from outside of club. Good view of front door and side parking. 7 p.m. no contact. 8 p.m. no contact. 9 p.m. no contact. 9:50 p.m. Hayes comes out in company of another man. A doorman brings a car from the back, a black Cadillac, 1932 or 33, license 653244. Hayes and friend get in. I follow. 10:15 p.m. This is a great information. 10:15 p.m. Cadillac takes Hayes home. Wait till it leaves before driving in. Garage doors open. Hayes at the door when I park in front. I introduce myself to Hayes. Won't tell me what he fears. Says his life has been threatened. Won't say if he knows by whom. Big help. Takes me in front door. Pointing. Shows me how the place is organized. Same stuff I got from Bannon. I go back to my car. 11 p.m. no change. Light in back of house and study. 12 p.m. no change. Hayes study light still on. Quiet street. 1 a.m. no contact. 2 a.m. no contact or no change. No, NC is no change. Okay, so 2 a.m. So he's killed between 2 and 3. So we got a lot of information from this Black book, right? We know the killing must have occurred between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., right? Because the lab reports said between midnight and 3, and now here we know 2 a.m., unless someone faked the writing in this book, but I don't think so. Okay, so we've got to narrow down on the killing, but we've also got Maltese Club friend. So let's see what it says again. Okay, he comes out. The Maltese Club friend has a black Cadillac. 32 or 33. License plate. That's a good detective. He wrote down the license plate. 653244. He gets in, so it's this guy's car, obviously. The friend takes him home. And then leaves Hayes home at 10:15 p.m. Says his life has been threatened. Won't say. Okay, and then it says 15 minutes. Okay, so we write down here that it's now 9:15 a.m. All right, now let's look at our clues for the day. Okay, right. So, killed on the 2nd, the night of the 2nd, found on the 3rd, autopsy performed on the 3rd, now it's the 4th, which is today. Okay. Okay, so we've got a new address, 1789 Montcalm, which is the Maltese Club. Sorry, it's July 3rd today. So killed on the night of the 2nd, and now it's the 3rd. Okay, so there's our 1789 Montcalm. So we can go to the Maltese Club and see if we can find out any information from there. This isn't very... I'm still not sure exactly how I feel about having this list of stuff, but it makes a different kind of mystery. You could see how it makes it a little easier to be like, if you got stuck, you'd be like, well, we're just going to go to this address. I don't know why. I don't know what it's about. But it seems like it makes it a little easier to cheat or pull the parachute cord. If you're like, we're lost, we don't know what to do, we don't know what this address is, you'd go to there, and then it would reveal what you should have, how you should have figured that out. All right. Is there any place that we need to go to before early morning ends? Not really. All right. Anyone in the comment could say if they've got one of these places they'd like to go. I want to talk to the lawyer. I want to check out that club. I have a feeling that club is... the club might not be open in the morning. We could try going there. So it says one of the mechanics you might go somewhere and it will tell you, like, set your time to 5 p.m. But I'm assuming it has to be a involuntary thing. Like, if we went to a club and it was closed and it didn't open until 5 p.m., it wouldn't make us eat up 8 hours of our day before we walked in there. It would have to say, come back. But we could waste our time trying to go there early. I want to go back to the scene of the crime. I want to... I feel like I should be writing down all the addresses we know about in one place. Emporium is 835 Market Street. So let me just write this down. 835 Market Street. I want to talk to that lawyer, his lawyer. I want to go to the club. Let's talk to the lawyer. There's also the detective that was working on the previous shift, but that seems like no one in our detective agency knew really why he was in trouble. So we gotta track down his leads and his people. Let's talk to his lawyer. That's 291 Van Ness. All right, next up, TC Van Ness at 291. Okay, where's our time clock? Okay, next we're going to 291. I've been sitting at the far end of the table in Van Ness's conference room for 10 minutes waiting for the lawyer who only just now entered. Everything in the room shines, the wood paneling, the marble-top table, the cut-glass lamps, and the bald head of Thayer Clayton Van Ness, Jr. He sits at the head of the table, the sun-filled window bright behind him. He says nothing, but merely nods his head as he sits down. He removes his glasses from his inside coat pocket and polishes them until they acquire an acceptable shine. I'm sorry to hear that one of your operatives was killed while trying to protect my client and friend, Scott Hayes. He places his glasses on and starts to stare straight at me. I understand that we were all in the dark as to the degree of danger that Scott was facing, but as things turned out, I believe it is best to let the police handle this matter from this point on. I see. I look around but see no ashtray. I decide to light up anyway. You must understand our position, Mr. Van Ness. I send a puff of smoke into the clean air and Van Ness to the door. Miss Williams, will you get an ashtray, please? He sits back down, making it clear that my smoke is unwelcome. Miss Williams brings in an ashtray and sets it down next to me. Thank you, I say, giving her my best smile. She gives me one in return. Van Ness doesn't. As I was saying, Mr. Van Ness, one of our men was also murdered, and we plan to continue our investigation. You realize that interfering with a police investigation is against the law. Don't worry, I don't plan to interfere. Now, if you could tell me what you know. I don't know much. Scott Hayes was an old friend of mine. I had been handling his legal affairs almost since he settled in this fair city. These affairs had always been of an ordinary nature. Then last week, while we were playing chess, for years now we have gotten together regularly for a game of chess, well, the other night he said that someone had threatened him. I tried to get more out of him, but he insisted it was nothing but an idle threat, a ploy to get his horse, Sundowner. Scott must have thought that there was something to the threat, however, despite his protestations to the contrary. I told him to go to the police. He wouldn't hear of it. I finally talked him into hiring your agency. All I know is that he got a call from an unnamed source offering a ridiculously low price for the horse. He had no idea who? No. Who benefits from his death? I suppose you mean who inherits? Yes. I shouldn't tell you, but it will be public knowledge in a few days, and I have a feeling you will continue to pollute my office until I tell you. His son, Bill Hayes, gets everything, but that should come as no surprise. Now, if you will take yourself and your smoke elsewhere. Time 1 hour. So it's now 10:15 a.m. Okay. So what do we know? We know that Bill Hayes' son inherits everything. And we know what the threat was about. We know the threat was a phone call with low offer for horse, like we're making you an offer you can't refuse. All right. That's the lawyer. What do you think? Scene of the crime? Let's go to the scene of the crime. 34 Scenic Way, which is 364. $364. If it's before 11:30, go to clue 370. If it's 12:15 and after 11:30, go to 361. If it's after 12:15, go to this. So it's before. It's currently 10:15. So it's before 11:30. So I'm going to write down here before 11:30, and then before. Sorry. We're going to need to know this because we're going to need to be able to go back, and we're going to want to go back probably. So if it's between 11:30 and 12:15, 7361, and then after 12:15 is 261. So, I mean, we know what we're going to do, but we need to make a note for ourselves that this is a clue we might want to come back to at a different time. So it's before 11:30. It's 10:15, so we go to 370. 370 says, I pull my car up to the curb across from 34 Scenic Drive and turn off the motor. The Hayes estate is still a beehive of activity. That's pretty cool, right, that we got here at this time, so we're getting this go. Still a beehive of activity. Police cars come and go. Reporters crowd the driveway trying to stop the exiting of police cars with their shouts, hoping to get the latest information for their readers. I can see Roland working in the garage where the black Marmon has been replaced by a yellow Cadillac. I look at my watch. It's 10:30. I light up a cigarette and I wish I had brought some coffee with me to help pass the time. I decide to get out and take a walk around to the front of the estate. A 6-foot stone wall runs the length of the estate's street frontage. Its only opening, other than the driveway, is a small gardener's gate. From the coat of rust that covers it, it seems it wasn't much used. I walk down the street toward the driveway and the pack of reporters gathered there. Hello, Zach, I say, as I walk up to Zach Evans, one of the news hounds. I was hoping to run into you. Sorry to hear about Blackie. What can you tell me? Nothing, Zach. I was hoping you would have heard something. Not I. I got a wake-up call from the office this morning. Scott Hayes would not have been on any list of potential murder victims that I've ever heard of. The old Scott may have come here just 40 or 50 years ago and built his own fortune. But in this city, that practically makes him old San Francisco money. Top society, no hint of any scandal. Any truth to the rumor it was a gangland hit? Could be. Too early to say, but it does have the earmarks of a professional hit. You must know, the honk of a car horn interrupts Zach's question. A large, bright red Packard has turned into the driveway and is trying to work its way through the throng of hungry reporters. The hacks are reluctant to let him pass. The photographers are shoving their cameras toward the car and setting off their flashes, while the reporters are shouting out questions to the young man who remains unresponsive and impassive behind the rolled-up windows. Who's that? I ask Zach. Hayes' son, Bill. Only child. Been running the Emporium ever since the old man retired. Police officer comes down from the front porch and clears the reporters from Bill Hayes' path, enabling the car to speed up the driveway to the front steps where it comes to a stop. Hayes gets out and is greeted by one of the cops who is accompanied by a colored woman. Who's the woman? I ask Zach. Vera Roberts, the maid, been with the old man for over 10 years. We watch the threesome walk inside before Zach continues. Look, I'm going to run down to the police station. Nothing's going to happen here. If you're free tonight, I'll stand you at dinner at Vanessi's around 6. We can compare notes. What do you say? Can't promise. Don't know how my day will go. If I can, I'll meet you there. Zach heads for his car and I do the same. I get behind the wheel and light another cigarette. The sun is reaching its noon position and nothing much is happening. I yawn and wonder if I can afford to close my eyes for a few moments when I see young Hayes come out and stand on the front steps. He looks around the grounds for a moment and then walks up the drive and talks with Roland, the chauffeur. They converse for a few moments, then young Hayes moves back towards his car and is soon heading down the driveway through the thinning group of reporters. If you wish to follow Hayes, go to clue 377. If you wish to continue surveillance, go to clue 361. Wow. Okay. That is... So that clue, we got there before 11:30, so we read clue 370. 370 gave us a couple of answers. First, a couple of clues. First, we know that Hayes' son has red Packard. Probably not relevant. It's Hayes' son Bill. Well, this is tricky. A lot to hold on to. We learned a little weird thing about the entrance, right? There's a yellow Cadillac that he's working on now, which we don't know what whose that is. Then he says something about the way in, right? He says he walks around. There's a 6-foot stone wall. The only entrance other than the driveway where our detective was parked but I'm thinking they killed their detective first. Otherwise he would have heard something. Anyway, is a small gardener's gate. The coat of rust, it seems it wasn't much used. So, I mean, if we think someone got in through there, we'd like to get some footprints in the mud. So I'm just going to make a note here. Gate or fingerprints. Gate in garden. Is that significant? Then we see a woman with Bill Hayes, which is Vera Roberts, the maid. Like, are they insinuating that she's hooked up with the son? And then we get something that I think is giving us a clue about a place to go at night. I think it's telling us that Zach what's his name? Zach Evans? Zach Evans, the reporter, wants to meet with us. He says at Vanessi's, Vanessi, at 6 p.m. So I think the game is telling us at 6 p.m. we look up Vanessi's, we get its address. If we want to go there at 6 p.m., we'll be able to talk to him about more information he's heard. So, but then we get, now we're confronted with another choice. It says we can follow Hayes, which could eat up a lot of time. which would go to 377, a new clue. Or it says if we want to continue surveillance, go to 361. 361 was the same clue we get if we come here at 11:30. I'm not sure if we have to do one of those. This doesn't tell us how much time this takes up. Although when we read it, let's see, we went to 364. It just told us to come here. He looks at his watch, it's 10:30. So this is a little odd. Okay, well there is a clock, there is a, I guess, if you look at this, I'm thinking that these clocks have different times on them that I'm looking at now. So I wonder if that's the mechanic that's telling us it's now 10:45. The rules said that, but I assumed it was going to say it in words. I'm just going to look here at what it says about clocks. Whenever you see the clock face, you will adjust your time to correspond to it. Okay. So it's actually now 10:45. Okay, so we spent about half an hour there. So we could now go immediately to go to 361, stay, and go to 361. But it's 10:45. If we come back any time before 12:15, we can also go to 361. So I don't think we should stay here. I think we should come back here in half an hour or so and just hope we don't miss that. Okay, but let's make a real note that we've got to come back to this place and continue surveillance at this house unless we want to follow the sun. That's a tough decision. That's going to eat up time following the sun. I don't think it's the sun, right? It's a professional hit. But it kind of hurts not to go follow the sun when we get a chance. That's tricky. My gut tells me the sun's not involved. I mean, he could have hired killers to kill him. But it's said that he's been, that the old man, that his father retired and the son's been running the place for a couple years. That's tough. That's an agonizing decision. I mean, we could come back if we replayed this day and follow the sun. So I'm going to say we don't follow the sun. Because well, I guess there's two ways we could play this game. We could play it like if you had multiple detectives. This is where one of the players would say, "Okay, I'm going to follow the sun." Someone else come back and do this separate thing. And if we wanted to play it where we had multiple detectives, we could do that. We could send one guy off and come back. Or we'll just replay this day. But the question is, should we do it now and follow him, or should we replay it and follow him? That's a tough choice. It's an interesting question also. How would you play this solo? Would you play the full day if it was up to you? Would you play the full day, make your choices, and then replay day one again and make different choices? That's what's been suggested, the way we would play the game. Alternatively, you could play it and say whenever you want, you can just, as if you were commanding a team of multiple detectives, you could just use a different sheet here and say, okay, the next guy's going to make decisions. Like this guy's going to follow, and the next guy's going to start his day at 9 a.m. doing stuff. All right, I'm not going to follow him. And I'm also not going to stay. I want to come back here. I want to look up this place, the Venesi, in the directory here, and get an address for it. Because I think we want to come back there at 6 p.m. Venesi's 498 Broadway. 498 Broadway. So if we go back to our clue list for today, you can bet there's going to be a 498 Broadway. There it is. Okay, so that's yet another clue location that we've figured out what it's referencing. And you could imagine that one of these places might be where we follow this guy to. So if we don't follow him, we're never going to know where that is. We're never going to read that clue. This is where it helps to have two players when you're playing as a team. Sometimes it hurts to take the burden, the weight of a decision like this, and it's nice to have someone to be like, okay, we're together, we're going to make this decision, we can both live with it, we'll both sort of emotionally support each other for making this decision rather than taking all the blame on your single set of shoulders. Okay, well, we went here, but we need to go back. So I'm going to make a little indication that I have to go back there. The maid. But you see, the thing is, he doesn't know. It's not like a case where we have to find out information that the dead guy had about why he was murdered, because he doesn't seem to know. He's like, I got this call, I thought it was a hoax threatening me, but so it's not like we can talk to someone and they're like, oh yeah, he confided he owed $1 million, and he was scared they were going to beat him up for it, because he didn't know. He didn't know why people were after him. So I think what I'm inclined to want to do is follow this horse lead thing. The club is compelling too. But why would the pros need to follow him? Let's go to the bookie, the informant who's the bookmaker. So the bookmaker was Nick Lucas at 541 Turk, because I'm thinking he might know something about the horses. So 541 Turk is 320. So we're going to go to 320. 1045. Let's see what the bookmaker has to say to us. Get up, you idiot. A large black boxer standing in the center of the ring, dancing around the prone body of a white boxer. Okay, hit the showers, Ray. We'll do work tomorrow. We'll do road work tomorrow. These bums aren't going to cause you to even work up a sweat. Hi, Nick. I sit down next to Lucas. Where is everybody? Don't you read the newspapers? There's a strike on. Nick gives me one of the looks he usually saves for his slow-witted pugs. I don't know where the boxers went. Oh, I didn't know the boxers went out. They get hired by both the bosses and the strikers to strong-arm men. They spend most of the strike beating each other's brains out. What can I do for you? Have you heard that Scott Hayes was killed? Yeah, they wrap up the sporting section with the news. Doesn't surprise me. Why not? Sundowner. His horse. A good racehorse is worth more than a man's life. To who? You want a list? You got one? Meet me at the Sevilla Club tonight at 7 with a C-note, and I'll give you a list. Okay. And then it says 30 minutes. So it's now 11:15. And at 3:20, we were told the bookie thinks killed over the horse, which I'm kind of inclined to think so too. And he says meet at 7 p.m. at Sevilla Club. Okay. So this part about looking up things based on addresses is interesting. It's like busy work. Like, why not just give us the address right there? But I'm kind of inclined to look at it favorably. 1215 Stockton. I'm not sure why. I like that these directories are so voluminous, are so huge. I like the idea that you're sort of using your legwork. You're doing detective work, which sometimes is just looking up information and being persistent. And it's kind of fun that it gives you the answer that you need to look up the clue. So 1215 Stockton at 7 p.m. So now let's look at our clue list. And we're going to find that there's in 1215 Stockton. We know what that is. And we're going to write down 7 p.m. And then we might as well write down the other one. The dinner was the 498 Broadway, which we wanted to go to at 6 p.m. I generally try to avoid writing and marking in games because I trade games away when I'm done with them. And you could imagine, since this is a rare out-of-print one, after you finished it, you'd have no use for it. You would trade it away. But this is a little bit like writing notes in the margins of a book. It's sort of like, in addition to being useful, I'm unlikely to get rid of this. If I ever played them all, I would keep it and keep the notes for fun. So this is hard enough as it is. We're just going to feel free to write in the book, although this is erasable ink. Okay, so I do want to get there and get that list, but it's at 7 p.m. We're not going there for a long time. I do like this mechanic where we've got this sort of list of locations that we need to sort of unlock by finding the reason that they're on this list. Okay, well, it's now 11:15. Still not quite time for us to go back to the scene of the crime to unlock the next part of it. And you can see this map is not so relevant, although we could put markers on these places if we wanted to. It's just a little bit of effort. Doesn't seem like, for now, we have any reason to care about the spatial layout of stuff. All right, we've got no fingerprints to look up. We've got Joe Marino with the gangs. Is a professional hit a gang hit? Like, are they talking about gangs that are street gangs, or are we talking about mafia gangs? I think you would guess it was street gangs. Let's see here. That was the bookie. This was the scene of the crime. What was 1789 Montcalm? Oh, that was the club he went to, right? This is Emporium. I'm just making a note on my margins what each place is as we figure it out. 1789 Montcalm is the club he went to the night before he died. Oh, there's the license plate of his friend. We could look that up at the DMV. I guess it says DMV Fingerprint Division. I mean, we shouldn't rule out that his friend was involved. Like maybe you go with him home and you make sure that the scene is clear to kill him. Okay, so continuing my thing here. Fillmore is the Fanny, the woman, the person who knows women. All right, so I've marked all the locations we know about with what they are. That's helpful. And we've got a bunch of locations that we don't know what they are. Let's go to the Continental Detective Agency, our home base. Let's see what they have to say. 346. Presumably we're going to talk to, I was thinking the guy who's on shift before, which I don't think he has anything useful, but maybe the old man will give us some hints too. Let's just see what this mechanic is when you go to your base. Oh, I see. When we go to 346, let me just show you this, how complicated this game, how ambitious this game was. Look at this. Here's 346. There's 3 things we can do here. And look, same thing all over here. There's like each clue branches out into other clues. So 346. This is the detective agency. Okay, and so here we've got 3 choices. Rob Bannon, that was the guy, the detective on the previous shift. He's the guy who works with us. That's 23. Call from Denver office and messages. So this is a little confusing. This is like feels like it needs the Baker Street Irregulars thing. Like if you know about M, then this is option available for you, because I can't tell if this is telling us that, like, okay, so here are the 3 things we can do from our detective agency. We can talk to Rob Bannon. Okay, that's fine. We could do that right now. The second entry says call from Denver office. And the third entry says messages. So what I don't know is if this call from Denver office is something that we should only read when some other clue tells us we got a call from the Denver office. Or are we meant to read this as to say that, like, we went to our desk of the detective agency and it says, hey, you got a call and here are your messages. So let's make a note that we went to 346 and that we need to go back there. There's more stuff there for us. And let's go talk to the... Like, I don't think the prior shift guy is going to have anything for us. Let's look at messages. Let's just see what happens when we do that. Like, let's see if that's reading our messages. So that doesn't actually take any time. That's just what we do here. So I'm going to go to 91 and see if this is like... Okay, 91 says, there are no messages for me at the office. The boss calls me into his office and argues with me over a $5 charge I put on my expense sheet under miscellaneous. I refuse to tell him what it was for. He may be my boss, so that doesn't mean he has to know about all my methods. He says he won't reimburse me unless I can prove it was related to the case. I'll let him have it his way. I call him a cheapskate and leave. Time 30 minutes. Okay, so it's just 30 minutes to check our messages and nothing was happening. Okay, so now it's 11:45. Okay. All right, guys. I don't know about that. A $5 charge. He's not reimbursing us. All right. Well, so we went to our detective agency. There's still more to do here. We went to 91. All right. But now it's time for us to go back to the scene. Okay, so now we're going to 361. We're going back to the scene of the crime. 361. 364 again, sorry, 364, which directs us to 361. And the first time it directed us to 370. Okay. So we're going back a little later, back to the scene of the crime. 361. I watched the red Packard pull out of the driveway and carry Bill Hayes down 25th Avenue. His departure is soon followed by that of the remaining police cars, with Vera Roberts in the back seat of one. Interesting. The last of the die-hard reporters dash for their cards, off to chase the cops or another story. The estate is now quiet. This might be a good time to give the place a once-over without anybody looking over my shoulder. I start to get out of the car when I see Roland come out of his apartment and dash down the steps and into the garage. Gone are the Jodhpurs. In their place, the chauffeur now sports a checkered suit and no hat, just his black slicked down hair, looking for all the world like he's heading out for a fast night in the town, despite the fact that it's barely noon and he's just stumbled upon a dead body not 12 hours before. A second later, the shiny black Marmon is pulling out of the garage and heading for the streets. Should I follow Roland or check out the grounds? Wow, this game has given us serious choices. 361 says follow Roland. 378 or enter the estate, which is 261. Now 261 is the thing we can do if we come back here after 12:15. So we can always do 261. And it gives us a time. It says it's now 12:15. This is such an interesting set of options, set of decisions. So it's 12:15. We can... I guess we didn't follow one person. we should follow this guy. I mean, I don't think this guy's involved. I mean, he certainly didn't do the crime, but he could be connecting. But he's dressed up for a night out, right? We're going to follow him and eat up some hours just following the chauffeur. All right, let's do it. I mean, it's not, I feel like it's going to waste time, but I feel like we skipped following one thing. We're going to do it. We're going to try it and try the mechanic out. 378. Follow Roland. Okay, go to 378. So it's 12:15, and now we're going to 378. Is everyone okay with that? Following Roland? I don't think he's involved, but let's see what happens when we follow him. Here we go. 378. The Mormon pulls out of the driveway and heads down 25th Avenue. I give it a few moments head start before I turn the corner and start my tail. Roland is about a half a block ahead of me when I get onto 25th. He turns right onto Lake Street and stays on it until he reaches the 28th Avenue, where he makes a left. By the time I make the turn, Roland has pulled the Mormon over to the curb and stopped. I drive on past about 30 feet and then pull over myself. I have a good view of the Mormon in the rearview mirror. Roland has gotten out and is heading up the walk to number 214. He removes a key from his pocket and lets himself in. The house is a small two-story stucco structure like the ones that have been popping up all over the Richmond district over the last 5 or 6 years. The bottom floor is a garage with a 2-bedroom house sitting atop it. Roland is inside for less than 5 minutes when he comes out carrying 2 suitcases. He is followed by a woman carrying a hat box and 2 coats. Roland makes straight for the car. He sets one of the bags down and opens the back door of the car and puts the cases in. The woman does the same with her load. Roland turns back up the walk and into the house. The woman waits impatiently. She has lit a cigarette and is smoking it in quick puffs while she taps her foot. She appears to be in her early 30s, and even from this distance, I can make out the heavy makeup, bright red lips, pale skin, and raven black hair. She tosses her cigarette onto the ground and grinds it out with her left foot as Roland comes back out. He stops to lock the door and shouts something to the woman as he heads for the car. He's carrying a small package about the size of a shoebox under his arm. The woman opens the door on the front passenger side and slides in. Roland gets into the driver's seat. They exchange a few words before starting the car and heading off down the street. I wait until the Mormon pulls across California before I take off after them. He stays on 28th until he reaches Geary, where he makes a left. I do the same. The traffic is light as we head downtown and stays that way until we cross Van Ness. I close the distance between us so I won't lose him. Roland stays on Geary until he gets to Powell Street, and there he makes a right turn. I close in on him as he pulls to a stop in the 100 block of Powell. I watch as the woman gets out. She opens the back door and removes a suitcase from the back seat. Without a word to Roland, she closes both doors and walks away from the car. Roland immediately pulls away from the curb and heads down Powell towards Market Street. The woman enters a doorway marked only with the numbers 152. 45 minutes pass, and now I got another choice, whether we want to follow Roland or follow the woman. Holy cow. 45 minutes. It's now 1 p.m. Alright, so we followed Roland. Okay, what clues did we learn here? He moves a woman from one house to another, right? And it gives us a kind of elliptical description of where these houses are. He's got the key to the first one, right? And it tells us he turns right on Lake Street. He reaches 28th Avenue and makes a left. Number 214. From 214. Okay, what street 214? Alright, let's walk through this, even though I'm not sure we strictly need to. but let's do this. So he goes out the driveway and heads down 25th Avenue. So this is where they are. Let's try this just for fun. This is where they are, right? And it says he heads down 25th Avenue. So there's 25th Avenue. So he's heading down 25th. He turns right onto Lake Street. There's Lake. He turns right till he gets to 28th, which is there. Then he makes a left on 28th. And he gets out at 214 28th Street. 214 28th Street. Okay. Which is going to be, there are the numbers, but I can't quite, oh yeah, there's 300. Well, so somewhere in there is where he drops the woman off. The other hard part about this, remember, that's so hard about this game, is that we can have more cases. Like some of the stuff we're discovering today might have nothing to do with today's case, but you have to have done this today to help you solve day 3's case. All right. Let's just look at our clue thing here and see if there's a 214 28th Street in this thing. Yes, 228th Avenue. There is. It's right here. So in our clue book, I'm writing down this place is woman picked up, right? She's picked up at... Okay, now let's read where he drives her. They get in the car. So, he pulls her to the house. He has a key. He has a key? He lets himself in. Comes out with a woman. She's got her suitcases. He's got suitcases. She has a hat box, 2 coats. Opens the back seat, puts the cases in. She does the same. He goes back into the house. She's waiting, and he comes out with a package. Shouts something at her. Package of money. All right. Okay, they get in the car, they talk, and they head off down the street. He pulls across California. Okay, so they're going back up now to California, I believe, or they never got down as far as California. If this is up here. Either way, it gets to California. Stays on 28th. Alright, so maybe this was here. Stays on 28th till he gets to Geary, which is here. Okay, so picked her up here. Drives a couple blocks down to Geary. Just a couple blocks. And he makes a left this way. Traffic is life. All the way down to Van Ness till he crosses Van Ness. So he's going down Geary. Where's Van Ness? Let's see what it says. Goes to Van Ness. He gets to Powell Street, makes a right turn. Okay, so he's staying on 28th. Let's look for Powell. How far down is it? Because you really have gone all the way down? Yep, there's Powell. Wow. So he went all the way across town to Powell, staying on 28, or staying on Geary to Powell. And then what does he do? Pulls into a stop in the 100 block of Powell, which is a little hard to understand how it works. Does it say what direction? Makes a right turn. Okay, so I believe here's our 100 block of Powell. So that's a pretty long drive. Let's see if 100 Powell is in our list. Yes, there's 152 Powell. Okay. Okay. She gets out. She takes her suitcase. He's still got his suitcases that he put in, right? He says he comes out, 2 suitcases. She's a hat box and 2 coats. She gets out of Powell. She has only 1 suitcase with her. Without a word, she walks away. He pulls out and he heads down Powell towards Market Street. There's Market Street, this diagonal street. So he's heading down this way. So we can follow him or we can follow the woman. Well, I'm inclined not to follow the woman because we know where she went. We can go there later. I think we still follow Roland and see what he's doing. So our choices are here. Choice. Follow Roland, which goes to 251, or follow woman, which goes to 362. Now, let's just look at here for a second. Is the woman going to any of these addresses? No, it's not 251 or 362. All right. Well, this is an interesting game. This is fascinating. I'm just shocked at the choices being given. Normally in the Sherlock Holmes, occasionally some case will introduce 1 or 2 choices to make in the whole course of a long case. And this one is just like giving you these rapid fire choices that feels like it would be hard to, you can't go back to them. So you can go back to them. Okay, let's follow Roland and go to 251. Okay, and have we marked our time? Yes. It's now 1 p.m. We're going to spend our whole day following Roland. All right, so now we're going to 251. I mean, he could follow him all day, right? Like, he could be doing this all day. But we'll follow him one more time. I mean, I am curious what he's up to. 251. I keep a car between myself and Roland as I follow him up Market Street. As we approach the intersection of Market and 9th, the traffic light turns yellow. Roland steps on the gas and makes it through the intersection. The truck that I had placed between us slams on its brakes and comes to a screeching stop. I swing out around it, but I'm blocked by a streetcar. By the time the traffic light has cleared, Roland and the Marmon are no longer in sight. 15 minutes. So we lost him. Okay, we lost him. Alrighty. Well, we can no longer follow the woman. That option is gone to us. But we can go to the house where he dropped her off if we want to keep following this lead. The thing is, this lead is not, it feels like a side story and not our main story. Like the chauffeur is involved in some illegal activity, but it's not our murder. So let's just let Roland go. Let's go back to our scene of the crime now that it's later. Let's see if we can't dig up some footprints or something. So we're going to go back 364 for the last time, I think. $364. If before 11:30, if after 12:15, which it is, we're going to 261. So now we're going to 261, which is our scene of our crime. I'm going to make a note here that 364 went to 261. I leave my car across the street and head up the driveway. I go up the stairs that lead to the apartment above the garage. The lock is easy to pick and I'm soon inside. The apartment is neat, too neat. It doesn't take long to look around. The only clothes I find are 2 uniforms, 3 white shirts, and 2 pairs of black socks. In the bathroom, I find a safety razor, 1 toothbrush, tooth powder, and a bar of soap. There are no books. True, Roland doesn't look like a scholarly type. Hold on, did I go to the right place? I guess we're in Roland's apartment. True, Roland doesn't look like the scholarly type, but there's not even a paperback detective novel or a girly magazine. There's nothing personal in the room. I leave everything the way I found it and relock the room as I leave. From the small porch outside his door, I get a good view of the grounds. I look at the spot where Blackie's car was the night he was murdered. Blackie, that's the nickname of the detective. Something's been nagging at me ever since I saw the crime scene. How could someone get the drop on Blackie? The car sat on a knoll and commanded a good view. I walk over to where the car had sat and look around. To the right and rear of where the car had been are to be found only shrubs and trees, almost in a wild growth state. I follow the driveway until I find what I'm looking for, a tramped down area showing where someone has recently passed. I follow the newly made path through the brush toward the street and the brick fence that surrounds the estate. I soon come upon the wall and find where someone has climbed over. There are fresh scrape marks, and I find a small piece of black cloth snagged on one of the bricks. There's no doubt in my mind that whoever climbed this fence knew that Blackie was there. Why go to all this trouble to enter an estate when all you had to do was walk up the driveway? Or, if you were going to climb the wall and play it safe, why choose the very point that would bring you out right behind Blackie's car? No, someone knew he would be there. I walk back up the driveway to my car, not feeling too good about what I've just found. Time, 1 hour. Fingerprint, clue 387. Well, I'm not sure exactly what that means, but let's make a note that an hour has passed. So now it's 2:15 p.m. So at the scene, we've got a bunch of evidence. Someone climbed over the wall. Directly behind the detective's car. Knew detective was there. Now that makes me want to check the friend that drove him home. I want to see our notes about that, read what we said about that, and see, was the detective's car parked where he was killed when the guy drove him home? What else have we got? We've got some black cloth snagged, right, where he climbed over. We got a clue that Roland doesn't spend much time there in his apartment. That doesn't seem very relevant. Okay, tramp down areas showed where someone has recently passed. He follows the brush and the brick fence. He finds where someone has climbed over, and they've sort of walked past this overgrown area to get behind the car to get the drop on this guy. Black cloth. Says, why go to this trouble to enter the estate when all you had to do was walk up the driveway? Because he didn't want to get seen? Or if you're going to climb over the wall and play it safe, why choose the very point that would bring you out right behind Blackie's car? Someone knew you would be there. I walk up the driveway. Okay, so now it says, we've had an hour, and then it says fingerprint clue 387, fingerprint colon 387. Does that saying, is that like, do we want to fingerprint the area? Then we go to 387? Or is it saying, go now to 387? That's confusing. So we're going to follow this 387 and see what it tells us. See if we can get some information about how to read this. It says fingerprint clue 387. So what does that mean if we want to fingerprint? I suppose we would try to if that's what it was. So let's see what it says. 387. Oh, well, we found a fingerprint. And it says advance 45 minutes. So the way I'm interpreting this is to say that when you see a fingerprint colon, that means if you want to fingerprint, go there and do it, and it'll take you some time. So that advances us to 3 p.m. And we got 387. Fingerprint. Okay, so we got our first fingerprint. So let's look at this together and see how this works. This is the first time we're experiencing this. So don't look at the fingerprint that's not for us. Here's our fingerprint here. Okay? And it said 45 minutes. So we've done that. Now we have to classify that fingerprint. So there it is. So we're going to classify it, and then we're going to be able to look it up and give it an identification. So let's look up our thing. What kind of fingerprint is that? Well, it's a whorl. So it's a whorl type. It's not a loop. It's not an arch. It's a whorl. Okay, so now we have to count. We know it's a whorl, so we're going to take our fingerprint cards here, and we're going to find the whorls. Okay, so there are our whorl fingerprints. There's 5 sheets of them, double-sided. You could look through every single one and try to match it. Try to match it up, but that's not how you do it. You classify the whorl ridge count. Okay, so what it says is find the uppermost delta. Let's look at our thing here. Find the uppermost delta, which I believe is I believe that's a delta, and that's a delta. I think this is the uppermost delta. Okay. We find the uppermost delta. We locate the ridge beneath it, which would be this. It's probably hard for you to see, but the ridge beneath it. We follow that around until we get to the other, near the other delta. So we go here, we follow this around to here, okay? And then we count one, there's one ridge between it. Count the ridges as shown. So figure now whirls and the appropriate ridge count. So find the uppermost delta, find the ridge below it, and it's got an example, sorry, it's got an example here. Maybe I should let you try to see this. Okay. So here are the examples. We find the ridge below it, we follow it around until it gets the other delta, then we count the number of ridges. So this is a 0, and here's a 3. We go into here, and then we count 1, 2, 3, and then we're there. So I believe we find this delta, we follow it around, and we count 1, 2. So I believe that's a W2. So if that's right, we look up the W2s, and we try to find an exact match now with that fingerprint. So let's see if it's on our. There's only one sheet of W2, so it's either on this sheet or we misclassified it. All right, let's see. And there, no. It almost looks like this one, 116. But not quite. Alright, we may have misclassified it. That's okay. Let me just go back to the drawing board a bit. Are these... Yeah, these are whirls. Okay, so it looks... It almost looks like this one. The people in the BGG thread were saying, look, it's exact. It's not a close match. It's a good... But you know what? I believe this is it. I believe this is it. 1040. Oops, I'm confusing it. Okay, I believe that's it. 1040. Does that look like an exact match to you? Yep. All right, so we've classified it. And we've got our first successful classifying it, and we classified the found fingerprint, and now we located it on our list in our database. So we need to make a note that we found fingerprint 1040. Now that's pretty cool. And we learned how to classify stuff. Okay, so, okay, now, and Zach says it's an exact match for 1040. Yes, it is. All right, so now, what do we do with that now that we know we found fingerprint 1040? Well, we could do a couple things. First, we don't know how he found that, but we presume it's near the wall. We're guessing it's not our detective or the victim. But we could, if we wanted to, verify that. Just for fun, let's say we did want to. We could look up our autopsies, And let's take a look at our two victims. Well, here's the fingerprints of Scott. Okay, those are loops. Those aren't whirls. So that's not our guy. That's not going to be a match to our whirl. And here is our detective. And those are, again, loops, not whirls. So we know it doesn't belong to any of our victims. Now, we could search through this entire big collection of criminals and look for that whirl match. But that's probably not the thing to do. Although if it was a high-profile crime, you can bet someone would do that. But we're not going to do that. We are going to play the game the way the game's meant to be played and figure out another way we could look up those find a match to those fingerprints. It's possible that if we look at our thing, we've got a Bureau of Investigation and we've got a DMV fingerprint division in our list of clue points we can go to. So we could try to go to the DMV and say, hey, is 1040 in your database? Can you tell me who belongs to that fingerprint? And I think that's maybe what we'll do. So let's just circle this so we don't lose. So we found a serious clue. We found a fingerprint and identified it. Let's see, Zach, I think we might take a little break. Yeah, I'm sorry about the refocusing. I'll when I take the next break, I'll turn off the autofocus on that top down. The only time it's useful to have autofocus is if I'm, you know, raising things up to the camera. Otherwise, it's just a pain. So I think maybe this is a good time for a break. When we get back, we'll see if we can't look up that fingerprint. And well, 3:20 a.m. We're getting on. It's fascinating mechanics. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 5. Still got a minute of break time, but the cat wanted to come up. Sarah. All right, come on. So Zachary Brown has joined us again for the live stream. And you may be the only other person here, Zach. It's just you and me. It says these live streams are almost equally about game dynamics and keeping to the spirit of the game, even when there are plenty of cheat assumptions available. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by cheat assumptions, but you certainly could cheat in all of these games. Like, the clues are all on the pages. You really have to have some discipline to not cheat. And sometimes you have to go even further and decide for yourself what's in the spirit of the game. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. This would be a good time to suggest that if you like this content, maybe you could press the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and even consider becoming a Patreon supporter if you want to see more of these. So we've just had a wonderful moment. We found a fingerprint. We located, we identified it, we classified it, we identified it, and it's getting on in the day. It's already 3 p.m. But I'm thinking we try to go to the DMV and see if we can't get some information about those fingerprints. Now, I wonder if it might not be smart time-wise to wait till you get more fingerprints before you go to the DMV so you could check 2 at a time. But what if we don't find any more? So let's go to the DMV. And I'm not sure if... Let's just quickly look first whether it says... Because we've also got the Bureau of Investigation. And I wonder if it suggests... It says once the operative has achieved a ridge count, it should be easy to visually identify the suspect print from among the 20 or so which fit the category. It's also a good idea to arrange the mugshot cards according to type and ridge count. So yeah, you could actually try to find the mugshot of that. I don't love that. Okay, so here's what it says about fingerprints. Let's just read this. There are several ways to proceed once you have determined the number of a given fingerprint, like we just did. Some of these involve going to additional clues on future turns, like the Department of Motor Vehicles has fingerprint records for those people with driver's license. But not all characters encountered have fingerprint records, and there'll be numerous people who may not have driver's license. If you believe the print you are trying to identify may belong to someone involved in federal crimes, you may be able to discover pertinent identification information at the Bureau of Investigation. Okay, so there are the 2 places we know of so far to try to look up a fingerprint. The DMV for driver's license in state, I guess, and a federal bureau can look up stuff if they've got if they were fingerprinted for federal crimes. But it says, in addition, you might also be able to match a fingerprint with one from a mugshot cards. So, if we were at our wit's end, We might go through those mug shots. We might pull out all people with whorls. You know, it's interesting. I didn't know this. Is this... Everyone has one kind of fingerprint? Like if you have whorls, all your fingers are whorls? So, I mean, that was a fairly distinctive whorl print. We might be able to locate them just by identification. We're not going to do it yet, but we're not ruling it out. But is that true? If you're a loop type, then you're always a loop type. Arch, what was the most common one? Arch is the least common. So if you have arch, you're all arches, and you're a rare 3% fingerprint person. I wonder if everyone watching this can go check out their fingerprint styles. Okay. It'd be interesting to report the heart rate during these gameplays. So as a little tracker on the bottom. We would be the first YouTube channel to do that while playing board games, show the heart rate. I wonder if that'll be something in the future. All right, what do you think? Should we check out the DMV fingerprint division, 428? Let's do it. So we're going to 428 at 3 p.m. To show you how I'm doing this, I've turned off the autofocusing, so it should be better now. I'm writing the time and the clue we went to. When we get something that says advance an hour or so, you can see I'm just marking X every 15 minutes. This is basically everything's divided into 15-minute chunks. So this made us waste an hour, so we kicked the X's here. So, okay, so we're going to 428, which is the DMV. Let's see what the DMV has to say for us. Okay, so I'm looking up at, and there it is, 1040. Sorry. So I found the entry for 1040. It's actually got a whole bunch of fingerprints that we could have found, but 1040, which we're not going to peek at, 1040 is Ottavio Milani. He lives at 1565 Laguna Street, San Francisco. It's pretty tempting. A fingerprint where someone climbed over the wall and knew exactly where the car was. That sounds like our shooter. Ottavio Milani. All right, let's now see if 1565 Laguna is in our directory here. What? Oh yeah, there it is. This is Ottavio. Well, should we pay Ottavio a little visit? I'm a little scared. Like, can we bring some backup? If it asks how many detectives go, I'm gonna retcon it to 3 of us went for it. All right, let's go. But we could check him out. That's interesting. He's got a DMV record. Like, do you think it makes sense to check out federal crimes for him? Maybe later. Let's just go visit him. So 1565, if it's a real address. But it is a driver's license. All right, here we go. 1565. We went to the DMV. We finished that, but we're making a little notation showing there's more records at the DMV, perhaps. 1565 Laguna. It's clue 324. All right, guys, I'm a little nervous about knocking on this guy's door. 324. Oh, sure. I know Milani, but I haven't seen him in a few months. He got some sort of live-in job, a chauffeur, I think. So he moved out of here. But you might try him at his girl's place. Her name is Opal. Real pretty name for a pretty dame. The last name is Kinney or Kennedy, something like that. Is this guy operating as the chauffeur? Our chauffeur worked there for many years, right? I mean, I just assumed that. Okay, so haven't seen him in a few months. So a few months ago, got job as chauffeur. Very fishy. So he moved out. He got a live-in job. So he's living where he's working. Just like our chauffeur, Roland. Try girl's house. Named Opal Kinney or Kennedy. Something like that. Okay, in 15 minutes. All right, so it's 3:15 p.m. Well, do you think that was the girl he just moved? He moved her from here to here. I wonder if we looked up Kinney or Kennedy, whether we're going to find her living on this 28th Street. Let's try it. Let's go for the hunch. Let's look for Kinney, Kennedy, although we might not even... It's an Opal though, right? So let's see if we can find it. An Opal, Kinney, or Kennedy, or something. The fact that he said something like that made me think it's not going to be exactly Kinney or Kennedy. But let's just see. Opal's a pretty unusual name. There we go. Opal Kennedy. Yeah, this is it. Look at this. Look at this. So Opal Kennedy lives at 214 28th Ave. Now, how cool is that? Look where she lives. She lived here. Right? But we trailed Roland as he moved her here. So Roland is operating under a different name. Now, here's the only possible fly in the ointment here. Like, I mean, this guy Milani, Ottavio Milani, is the chauffeur, is Roland, traveling under a different name. And he has now moved his girlfriend from there to there, which is a suspicious timing. And he had a shoebox full of something, maybe a shoebox full of money. The only fly in this ointment is that there might be an alternative reason for his fingerprints being found, right? Like, he's up to something no good, obviously. Operating under a different name. But it was very vague about where that fingerprint was found. right? Like we were looking around and it just said fingerprint : and then it found the fingerprint. But the text didn't tell us where the fingerprint was found, right? Like it said we walked somewhere. It said there was a black piece of cloth. But it wasn't clear where that fingerprint was found. It wasn't even clear that it was found in that general area where the wall was. That's a little troubling to me. Like, it was at the scene of the crime. And we still don't know, even if he is the killer, who paid him. If he is a professional, he might be in FBI records. Very interesting. So let's look at our records again here for a second. Roland, the chauffeur, he found the body. We don't know his last name. We know now that that's a fake name, though. So 214 18th Avenue, that's where she was. So if we hadn't followed him, we would never know where she went. We would just go to that area. But now we might go to the place he moved her. Let's do that. Let's stay on the trail of this chauffeur. And let's go to the new place where he moved his girlfriend. And see if we can catch him there. So we went to 1565 Laguna. That's what we just read, right? I mean, I think he had a shoebox full of money. All right. So it's 3:15 p.m. We're going to go here. We're going here. We're going to where we tailed him, and he brought his girlfriend. And we're going to hope that we can catch him there or catch his girlfriend there with something to say. So she's at 416. Or that's where he dropped her off. We don't know that she's actually there. Okay, 416. Let's see what we got. $416. It says if it's before 6 o'clock, which it certainly is, $395. After 6 p.m., 401. Okay, so we make a note here that there's extra stuff to do. We finished with our 364. We went to all the places. That's that. Okay, so it's before 6 p.m., so we go to 395. What do you think it's going to mean? No one's there? I knock on the door of the office at the end of the hall. I hear some whispering before a woman says, "I'm sorry, we're not open yet." "I'd just like to ask you a few questions." More whispering. "I'm sorry, I really can't speak with you now. Goodbye." 30 minutes. Okay, so it's 3:45 now. So we got to go back there. Gonna go back there at 4:01. So let's make a note that we have to come back here later. And we finished 360. We finished the 3 places we can check out by going back to the scene of the crime. All right, so we need to make a note, 6 p.m. to come back there. So we've got 6 p.m. the guy wants to meet us for dinner. We've got 6 p.m. this store opens that he dropped her off, so she works at someplace. Then we've got 7 p.m. the horse racing guy. And then we've got our detective agency, which also had that Denver call that we didn't follow through on. I'll tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to go to the FBI office and see if they know anything about this Ottavio. Maybe he's got a record as a mafia enforcer, hitman, or something. It's a long shot, but that's what I'd like to do, just in case. So that's 4:32 at the FBI. Okay, so there's no 1040 entry for the FBI. So that's a nothing. FBI, I'm just going to make a note, no 1040. So FBI doesn't know anything about the fingerprints, those fingerprints. Okay. City Hall, call bulletin, Bureau of Investigation. Did that have a timestamp? Yes, 1 hour. So that still counts an hour against you. So now it's 4:45 p.m. Wow, our day is quickly coming to a close. I made an X here, but 4:32, 3:45. We went to 4:32. Okay. Interesting. How about we go to that, I'm trying to think now. Now that Roland's, now that we're suspicious of Roland, he drops him off at the club. Then the other guy drives him back. Well, we got a bunch of addresses here that we don't know why they're here. One is 4701 Geary. Which sounds like it's near us. We went to the bookie, right? 541. Did I just not mark that? We went to the bookie and he said, come back. I'll give you a list. Meet up with me at 7 p.m. I'm a little confused that we didn't go. Oh, the bookie's 320. Sorry, bookie's 320. We did go there. I just didn't mark it. I need to. It's important to mark where we've gone. We've got two 6 p.m. people. It's 4:45. So we got a little bit of time before we can go back to that place. Where haven't we been? We haven't been to... We haven't been to Joe Marino. He's one of our informants who knows about gangs. I mean, I'm a little bit curious because I don't know whether to consider this crime gang related. I'm also... Okay, so I see something here. Travel around the bay, Paisley Ranch. So if you'll remember, Paisley Ranch, in the newspaper, it talked about the horse, Sundowner, and it says that the horse, Sundowner, will be flying the... What does it say? It says he'll be wearing the blue and white of the Paisley Ranch. So the Paisley Ranch outside of San Francisco is where the horse will be riding. So it's tempting to go find out about that. Now, here's a game question. One of the mechanics of the game is traveling to places takes time. And if you look at this here, travel around the bay. Okay, let's take a look at that for a second. I'm guessing 100, it tells you, is the chart of travel times. I'm thinking what this tab indents are telling us is that these are in San Mateo. All 3 of these are in San Mateo. So first you travel to San Mateo. You'd look up 100 to tell you how long it would take you to travel there. And then once you're there, you can go to all these places. Then you have to travel back to San Francisco. So let's just take a look at 100. We're not actually doing anything yet, but just to see if that's right. So if we looked up clue 100, this will just show you a little bit more about the mechanic of this game. If we look up clue 100 here, here's clue 100, and here's the chart. So it's symmetric. There's San Francisco, the first row. So let's look up San Mateo. San Mateo is here, 22. So it's a 40-minute drive to San Mateo. So every place we'd want to go, if we want to go to places, if we want to go to any of these places, it'll take us 40 minutes to travel there, and then 40 minutes back. So as much as I want to go to the Paisley Ranch, I'm not sure if we should. It's an interesting gaming decision. So one way you could look at this, here are the 3 entries for San Mateo, right? Okay. So you could say, we know one of these. We figured out through the newspaper that the Paisley Ranch is where the horse is related to the horse. So you could say, well, let's spend the 40 minutes to go there and then 40 minutes back, right? That's an hour and a half. That's a long time. And then you might say, well, why don't we wait till we can figure out reasons to go to these 2. But it may be that first you go here, And then you learn about these people, and then you go there while you're there. So that's tricky. Like, do we go there and take a shot that we're going to get those other people? Or do we wait until we find out more about those people? The second problem is it's already 4:45. We want to be back by 6 p.m. Or at least dinner was at 6 with the reporter guy. I'm more inclined to skip that meeting. I do want to knock on that woman's business that opens at 6. And the 7 p.m. list of people who might have a reason to hurt the horse or kill him because of the horse is at 7 p.m. So 4:45, it takes an hour and a half. 5:45. I'm afraid to go to the ranch now, because even if we go straight there and straight back, we're risking being late to these things. And if there's things to do while we're in San Mateo, I think we may have to save San Mateo for rerun of this day. Or at least until after 7 p.m., which is probably going to be closed. Are they going to be open at the ranch after 7 p.m.? Don't know. We're quickly running out of the things where, if there's any place we want to go to that needs to be open, right? Then like City Hall or the DMV, like after 5 p.m., they're going to be closed. So this is sort of our last chance to go to any place that we care about being open. Let's go. Oh, I was thinking the club was going to be open late, so we don't have to go to the club yet. We've got a note that the gym. What was the gym guy? 541 Turk. Oh yeah, I see. I think we're gonna go. Like, I'm thinking about the clues. We could go. Let's look at the clues we know about. We've got, leaving aside we've got the dinner with the newspaper guy at 6 p.m. we could go to, but it's not at 6 p.m. yet. We've got the prostitute Fanny's workplace. We could go there, but we know no reason to go there. We could go to the Emporium where this guy had his shop to see if there was anyone hanging around there. I mean, arguably they might close, so maybe there would be a reason to go there now, but otherwise we don't have a good reason to go. We can go to the club where his friend drove him home, where we have a license plate. It's interesting, there was no way to look up that license plate at the DMV. I'm still a little, I want to read the introduction again about the discussion with the chauffeur. Does he say he's new? Okay. I spot a man in the garage polishing the thing. The guy's like, I'm the chauffeur. He's a small man in his early 30s, clean shaven, slicked down, greasy black hair, swarthy skin. You don't look like a cop. We push his arm, he tells us. That was a friend I lost, he says, and I lost, oh, we say, and he says, I lost my boss, which means I lost my job. That kid of his won't use a chauffeur, loves to drive that Packard of his too much. I'm sorry you lost your friend, but he was there to guard the boss, wasn't he? So I guess there's nothing saying the chauffeur worked there for many years. He's always working on his car. Okay, so back to this. We could go to the woman's old house, but I think that's going to be like a... We did the good thing. We followed where he moved her. So the fact going to the old house wouldn't be smart. Now we've got City Hall. Like, what's at City Hall? Records of some sort? City Hall? Like, I'm curious to go to City Hall just to see what that is. Why would you go to City Hall? What's at City Hall? City Hall is the source of government, right? We've got no information that government is any involved. Golden Gate Park, which is here. We have no reason to think we should go there. I mean, it's here, but there's no entry for it. And then Joe Marino, who knows about gangs. I mean, I'm tempted to go to him too. All right, so and then the other thing is at the office, there was a thing called from Denver. I think I'm going to go check that call at the office. I'm not sure why. I want to wrap up this location. So I'm going to go to 346. I'm going to go to our office. 346. Remember, we checked our messages and got into an argument with our boss at 346. So, and we didn't talk to the previous shift guy either. Now, okay, so hold on. Now that we suspect the chauffeur is up to no good, maybe talking to the previous shift detective who was staking out the place, maybe he would know something about that. So yeah, let's go there and let's talk. Let's do both of the things at our office. So 23. Let's talk to our. Let's do the call from Denver first, as I wanted to originally, and then we'll find out what our detective has to say. So 221. Johnson at the Denver office of Continental takes the death of Black hard. I knew him pretty well, at least as well as anyone here. You know Blackie, kind of quiet, sort of like, who's that actor? Gary Cooper? Yeah, Gary Cooper. He was sort of like Gary Cooper. He kept pretty much to himself, but you couldn't help liking the guy. It was really rough for him after his wife and kid were killed in that traffic accident. Accident? Yeah, they were hit by a truck last year. He was shaken up by it. I only met the wife and kid once. Beautiful blonde girls, both of them. He hit the sauce pretty hard after that. Finally, he shook himself out of it and went to the boss here. Asked for a change of scenery. The boss sent him to Cisco. I thought he was lucky. That's it? Yeah, he was a good cop, very skilled. Not the kind to get taken in such a rotten way. Thanks, Bill. If you think of anything which might place the killer, let me know. So, just a little bit of flavor text about this guy's life. Wow. Wife and kid were killed. Okay, plus 15 minutes. So, we went to 346, which segued into 221. And now it's 5 p.m. Wow, that was pretty cool. Had a whole life, that guy, that other detective. Makes you want to catch the killer, huh? Okay. While we're at the office, let's go talk to Rob and see if he saw the chauffeur acting funny when he was staking out the previous shift. Clue 23. Okay, so this was at 5 p.m. We went 3:46 to 23, which closes down our 3:46. Or detective agency leads. We've finished them. And we've finished the scene of the crime ones too, I think. Alright, here we go. Clue 23. I catch Bannon in his office. You'd be wanting to hear what I got on Blackie's killing, he says, as I close the door to his little office. His place has 2 hard wooden chairs beside the desk. He's in the habit of getting out of his seat and sitting knee to knee with a client when he gets one in range. He doesn't get up for me, and I don't make for the chairs either. I sit on the corner of his desk. He swivels to face me. He's a gruff Irishman, but he works as hard as he drinks. Bannon maintains that God invented whiskey to keep the Irish from ruling the world. He never drinks in the office. He's not there much either. That's it, Bannon. What happened? It makes you think of luck, does it? It might have been me. Nothing much to tell. Told the old man everything anyway. I went down there to the Hayes place on his orders. The guy's lawyer, T.C. Van Ness, Jr., had hired us to watch his friend and client. Did you? Let me tell it, will ya? I can't really do an Irish accent. I should have practiced. Let me tell it, will ya? I'm not gonna forget anything. Hayes was no help. Just said, I think someone may threaten my safety. I say to him, who? And he says, I couldn't say, but your presence might deter them. I say, then you don't want me to be too hidden? No, he says, but don't be too obvious either. I then get a tour of the house and grounds. Pretty sound setup. Nothing fancy, but nobody's going to pop in from across the block with that wall and lawn in front. The driveway seemed a fine place to watch the front of the house. Hayes tells me he'll be in during the day, making preparations for the big race tomorrow at Tanforan. Tells me all about his horse Sundowner, talkative on that subject. I ask him point blank, does this have anything to do with Sundowner? He looks at me and just says calmly, I am not in a position to tell you any more, thank you. What can you expect from a Scot? I say to myself. He stays in until 5, then Blackie comes along. I fill him in, then I go over to Mickey's for a little dinner. Why didn't the old man give you this one? He put me back on the Harris case. I guess it's heating up again. So we don't know what the Harris case is. That's going to be for another day. Okay, well, it's pointing us to that horse, Sundowner. And 30 minutes have gone by, so it's now 5:30 p.m. Okay, well, it's the horse. We know we think it's something to do with this horse. And maybe Roland's in on it. We don't know what that black cloth is all about. And I'm kind of curious to hear what happened with that club again. Like, I want to read the timeline. It was in the book, so let's read that again. 158 was our black book. Okay, so we're reading the black book. 5 p.m. he relieves Bannon. 5:30, chauffeur Roland Jones, who's an odd one, takes the Mormon from the garage to the front of the house. He says Hayes is going to the Maltese Club. Jones has the night off. Says he'll drop him there and take the car for the night. He's greased up and polished, scrubbed clean, smiling at Rose. Ask him if he's got something on, just smiles. I mean, that does not sound like a guy who's going to do the killing, right? It sounds like a guy who's got some other side stuff. 5:40 p.m. 5:46. He follows Hayes' car to the Maltese Club. He goes in. Marmon leaves. Roland's at the wheel. Then he stays from 6 p.m. till 9:50. Hayes comes out. A doorman brings a car from the back, a black Cadillac, 1932 or 1933. Gives the license plate. They both get in. 10:15, Cadillac takes Hayes home. I wait till it leaves before driving in. So that suggests that the person who dropped them off wouldn't know where the detective's car was parked from the outside, right? Because the detective wasn't there when he drove him home. That's a really good clue. The person who dropped them off, he left before our detective is even there. When the guy who drives him home from the club drives him home, there's no detective there. Drops him off, right? Then leaves. We were thinking maybe the guy who dropped him off spotted the detective and then knew to come back and jump over the wall and kill the detective. But the guy who dropped him off didn't see any detective. So that whole thing about the guy dropping him off is not our guy. The Maltese Club is not our guy. Okay, so then he says, I introduce myself to Hayes after he gets back. He won't tell me, takes me in the front, shows me how it's organized. Study light on, still quiet. 1 a.m., no change. 2 a.m., no change. Then he gets killed sometime between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. So it does seem like we want to chase down Roland and get his alibi. And I don't think we need to follow up on that Maltese Club. I don't think that's our killer. But if it is related to the horses and our chauffeur is paid off by them, how would we get that evidence? It's almost time to go to that woman's house, which I'm hoping will break things open. We've got no other fingerprints. We don't want to travel to the ranch. We could talk to the gang guy. It's tricky because we don't know if the gang means like organized gangs or we could go to the Emporium, where he worked. I'm thinking it's the horse angle is what we're gonna follow. We should be following. I don't know what that Tanforan thing is. Let's look up. The white pages has San Francisco, and then it has all the other cities as separate little things. There's Oakland, Palo Alto, San Mateo. So I'm thinking maybe if we look up, so here's San Mateo. So I wanted to see if the Tamfaram horse race might have been in San Mateo. But I don't see it. I also don't see the Paisley Ranch. Burl, Hillborough. Like, it looks like there's only one page for Burl, Hillborough, and San Mateo. But I don't even see Paisley's Ranch, and I don't see Tanforan, which I was thinking might be. There's no Tanforan in San Francisco. What does it say about Tanforan? He's wearing the Paisley Ranch. I mean, I guess that's where we go. At Tanforan. The 4th of July extravaganza tomorrow at Tanforan. I mean, it feels like that should be a place to go. But maybe it's not. Maybe the Paisley Ranch. All right. Well, I do want to go to the horse places, but I don't want to leave to San Mateo yet. We've only got a half hour before we've got our dinner and the things open. So I think in that half hour, we talk to the gang guy, Joe Marino. Any objection? No one's talking for hours. All right, let's go to 306, Joe Marino. Hopefully it won't take too long. 306. Nah, I've heard nothing about Hayes. You know I would tell you. I'm sure it's no one in Mirabelli's gang. Okay, so he just said nope. It's not gang stuff. And then it says 15 minutes. So it's 5:45. Sorry, 5:45. Okay, and we went to Joe Marino. He says it's not gang stuff. Let's look at the Golden Gate Park. There's no horse racing around there, is there? Tanforan isn't at the Golden Gate Park, is it? Deer Park, tennis courts, bandstand, conservatory, Strawberry Hill. Alright, I don't see anything there. Well, we got a 15-minute thing. If we think we could do something for 15 minutes. Otherwise, we just throw away that 15 minutes and go to one of these places. We could go to City Hall just for the hell of it, as long as it doesn't take too long. Shall we try it? Let's try it. Let's go to 337. If it says it takes too long, I might just back out. I mean, if it says it's going to take too long. $337. Oh, look at this. So 337. Now we got a little bit of a difficult choice. 337, which is City Hall. Remember we were saying what is City Hall? Government, what do you do there? City Hall actually has two clues that we can get. We can go to Department of Motor Vehicles, or we can go to the police. So, I mean, it would be natural to look up, to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles to look up the which is separate than the DMV fingerprint division. So it would be natural for us to now go to the Department of Motor Vehicles and look up that license plate. But we've kind of ruled out that that guy is involved. I think that's just going to be a friend of his. And what if it takes, like, we've only got 15 minutes. We haven't spent any time yet. I'm hesitant to go. I'm hesitant to eat up time and miss our stuff. So I'm going to make a note here that there's more stuff to do at City Hall. All right, so here's a choice we can make. We could. It's 5:45 now. The reporter wanted us to meet him for dinner at 6 p.m. to exchange stuff. I'm a little afraid if we go there at like 6:30, he's going to be gone. Like, he wouldn't wait for us. I don't know how long he's going to wait. So I'm a little bit worried about getting there late. But he is the reporter, and so I don't feel like he's going to have essential information for us. Maybe just hint. The woman, her shop opens at 6, so we could get there later. And 7 p.m. is the list from the boxer of who might want to kill him. For $100 we got to pay him. So I do want to make that meeting. So I think I'm going to roll the dice. This is the weird thing about timing, because if we didn't care so much about playing this day over again or timing, then we would just go to the DMV and check it out and not worry about doing stuff. But now that I think about it, I think we better go to that DMV now before it closes, if it's not already closed. And what do you think the police do? Like, what does that police office give us? All right, now I don't know which to do. Like, I don't think this guy that drove him is relevant, except what if it's the chauffeur? What if the chauffeur drives him off? No, that doesn't make sense. I don't think the guy who picked him up is relevant for our case. That's the problem. When he could be. It's only because of this time issue that it's causing me to really pause. And ironically, I've already said we're going to play this day multiple times so that we can go to all these places. So probably we shouldn't care. But I'm still half in my mind, I'm trying to get this done in one day. I think I have the license plate. I want to go to the DMV and do it. And since the Department of Motor Vehicles might close, let's go there. So at 5:45, we're going to go to 337, and then we're taking the sub-clue to 366. So let's see what 366 says. Oh, Brady, you don't look like you're working. You don't look like they're working you too hard today. I don't suppose this is a friendly social call. Well, why is it I never see your ugly mug except when you have a favor to ask? I don't want to spoil you. I'm trying to track down the owner of a black caddy, 32 or 33, license 653244. Can you tell me who holds the keys? Shouldn't be too tough. Let me check it out for you. I cool my heels on the hard wooden bench and try to interest myself in today's call bulletin. But as my eyes close, I don't fight it. My head jerks up when Brady calls me over to his desk. Here's the dirt you want. The car belongs to a Duncan Ferguson. His address is listed here as 3045 Franklin. Thanks, Brady. Remind me to buy you a drink sometime. I can't keep up with how many you owe me. All right, so he told us who owns the car. It's Duncan Ferguson at 3045 Franklin Street. Now, I don't think this guy has anything to do with it, and I think we got that clue by the whole game telling us that whoever shot the cop knew exactly where the cop was parked. And to me, now I'm thinking that's only the chauffeur. This guy explicitly didn't see it. So, but let's mark that we have discovered what our 3045 address is. It's the friend who drove him home. I mean, the friend doesn't mean the friend doesn't have information. He may have met the friend right before his death and confided to him about who called him and what. So it's not that that's not relevant information, but I don't think it's our friend. Although we worked pretty hard to get that. All right, so that took us a half hour. So now the only other unfortunate thing, it's now 6:15 p.m. Now, do you think our reporter is going to have waited 15 minutes for us? That's not too long to wait for someone late for dinner, especially if it's a detective. So, but dinner, that could take a long time. So here, we have another timing question for you. First of all, let's make a note that there's still information for us at City Hall. There's still the police station. I don't know what the police station has for us. I don't know what information they might have. Maybe good information. Okay, but the time question. We've got two things that happen after 6 p.m. The woman's store opened at 6 p.m. So that's open. We can go to it now, but presumably it's going to be open later into the night. But we did have that detective who's like, meet me up at 6 p.m. if you got the time, and we'll exchange notes about the case. So now, do we want to try to meet him at 6 p.m. and risk that running over our 7 p.m. time when we want to meet the boxer? Like, I'm really nervous about that. Meeting up with the reporter at 6 p.m. seems not that useful. I mean, he obviously could have clues. It's a carefully timed thing. So we do have time to meet him there, but do we want to? Do we want to waste the time to meet him up for dinner? These are really psychologically difficult positions that this game puts us in regarding these time choices. But if you had two detectives, you'd just split up. It wouldn't even be an issue. I think if I were to play this again solo, I would get a couple timesheets, and I would say we're going to pretend we have 3 detectives on call. So every time there's a timed choices when we want to do multiple things, we could send the 3 detectives just as a one shot over to do it. Right? Not try to keep accurate timelines for each detective, but just say that, well, we can send this detective over to do that. And maybe we should do that now. Maybe we should say, okay, we're going to bring Joe. We're going to tell Joe to go over and meet with this guy for dinner while we do this other thing. What do you think? I mean, it's either that or we virtually do that by playing the game again. Yeah, I think keeping in the spirit of how I want to play these games, rather than playing the whole game over, we're going to call a little audible here and say that we're going to call into the Continental Detective Agency and ask our guys to split up a bit. We're going to send a guy now over. I don't know how we should make a note of this, but we're going to send the second detective to meet up with this guy for dinner now. But we're not going to count it on our main clock here. So as a little diversion, I'll make a little note here. We're sending our second detective at 6:15 to meet up for dinner. I guess we would have done it. We would have done it before at the 5:45, so he can actually get there at 6 p.m. Okay, so we're going to say at 6 p.m. we sent another of our detective guys. Is everyone in the channel okay with this? Because it's either this or we play it again and just say, well, let's wait 3 hours. I don't know, maybe you could make the case that that's a more thematically interesting thing to start from the beginning. If we played it again with different detectives, we would have someone follow the woman. I like this better than playing the day over again. I wish I had done this before. I like that idea better. Like, pretend there's a day time, but you can call in a guy to do something independently. So that's what we're going to do. So we called our friend in to go meet the detective, the reporter at 6 p.m. This is off our normal clock. I like this better. We got one main guy doing the story, and then we've got side detectives that can be called in for one-offs. All right, so that was our 6 p.m. dinner at 498 Broadway, I believe. Let's just make sure that's the right one. It was fairly early on. We met the reporter. He said, let's see. Yeah, Zach Evans, the reporter, wants to meet at the Venessi at 6 p.m. at 495. All right, so we're sending our friend to visit 498 Broadway, which is 412. So maybe we'll make a separate sheet for this. This will be our second detective sheet, or backup detective. So at 6 p.m. we sent him to 412. And let's read what happened there. I slide into the booth next to Zach, who's working on Vanessi's famous Caesar salad. He speaks first. I started without you. That's okay. I don't have time to eat. I'll just have a drink with you while you give me the lowdown on the Hayes murder. Oh, I thought you were going to tell me all about it. All I know is that it looks like a professional hit, probably out-of-towners. Zach, you tried to con me. You know I already know that. I thought you might know more. I pay for my drink and leave before Zach tries to stick me with his dinner tab. 30 minutes. Okay. That was a nice scene, huh? Okay. 30 minutes. Nothing there. But professionals, out-of-town professionals. Okay. All right. I think let's do the same thing. Well, we could go ourselves. I'm gonna send a detective to the when we're in a time rush, we send someone. Okay, so I'm gonna send a second detective at 6:15 p.m., which is our current time, to that woman's house, which is 416. If it's before 6 o'clock, which is what we already did, which is how we got 395, let's just double check that. That's when we knocked on the thing. She said, "I'm sorry, I can't speak with you now. Goodbye," whispering behind closed doors. Very suspicious. After 6 o'clock, go to clue 402, 401. 401. Okay, here we go. 401. I don't really expect to find much in the office, but I'm curious about this setup. The building has that deserted feel of office buildings at night. The dirty frosted glass window at the end of the hall is dark, but as I'm about to try the door, I can hear someone moving inside. I'm not in the mood for any needless confrontations tonight. I decide to leave and try again later. 15 minutes. So, try again later, but there's no later. Well, so we tracked her down. Maybe we should have followed her. That's a shame. But he moved houses and he set up some shop that we don't know what it is. It's possible that if we looked up what that, we could find what that was there. But there's no easy reverse lookup. So we went to the woman's place and there's no one answering. So they're hiding in there. What are they doing? It's some fake shop. That's weird. Okay. Well, it's not time to go to meet the boxer yet. We could go to the woman's old house. What would we find there? That she moved out, probably nothing exciting. We could track down the friend, Duncan Ferguson, and see what our guy told him. We could try going to the horse farm ranch, but I feel like, oh, that's what we'll do. We'll send another detective to the horse farm. That makes more sense. We've only used the second detective just on his own. He went and did the one thing, met with the reporter, then he went and knocked on the door. No one was there. It makes sense that we would send him off to San Mateo, huh? Let's send him off to San Mateo and have him stay there. Like, look around San Mateo till we get more work for him. Okay, I'm sending some guy to San Mateo. It's 15 minutes, so it's 6:30 p.m. I guess if we were doing this, if we knew we were going to do the second detective, we would have sent him earlier. But it's 40 minutes travel, so that would be 7:10 p.m. Assuming we just sent him now. Rather than play this again, if it says it's closed, I'll just go back in time and send him earlier. But let's send him to the Paisley Ranch. So that was 412. Now we're sending this guy to the Paisley Ranch, which, if you'll remember, we know Sundowner is racing under their banner. So 241. Okay, it's a long one. I drive up to the Spanish-style ranch house and park the car. The double doors are carved, believe it or not, in a Paisley design. I see no bell or knocker, so I use my knuckles. I wonder if they have heard of Hayes' death. My thought is answered as soon as the door is opened. A short, stout Mexican woman answers the door. She is using the end of her apron to wipe the tears from her red eyes. Yes? She asks between sobs. I'm investigating the murder of Scott Hayes. This sends her into hysterical sobs and outbursts of Spanish. Juanita, comes a call from inside the house. Bring him in here. She turns and heads into the house. I follow, after shutting the door behind me. I'm led into a large living room that could only be found in the American West. Deer and moose heads hang on the wall, along with a collection of rifles that could equip the army of a small banana republic. All of the artifacts are American Indian or Mexican, as are the rugs. The furniture is heavy wood, mostly oak, covered with leather. There are a number of bronze statues around the room that look like Remington originals, as well as a large collection of oil paintings, all of Western subjects, hanging on the walls. Come in. I am Vern Dillon, Hayes Ranch foreman. I introduce myself and explain why I'm here. He offers me a drink. I take it and set myself down in one of the overstuffed leather-covered chairs and rest my feet on the hide of some animal whose head probably now peers down at me from the wall. Did Hayes like to hunch? How'd you guess? Yes, the boss killed most of these. He waves his hand as the bodiless menagerie that hangs from the wall. Did Hayes' murder come as a surprise to you? What kind of question is that? Of course it did. I had no idea. How could I? I knew of no enemies. Anything out of the ordinary happening on the ranch? No, he has been spending more time down here with the racehorses. What can you tell me about the horses? Nothing. I just manage the business side of the ranch. You'll have to talk to Ruiz if you want to know about the nags. Who is Ruiz? A little wetback the old man took a fancy to. Romeo Ruiz is a jockey plus the old man's confidant where those horses are concerned. You probably know that Hayes' son couldn't care less about this place, only comes here when the old man forces him. He'll probably sell this place in a shot. Anyone want to buy? I think so. You know Hayes' shyster, Van Ness. Well, he came out about a week ago and looked around, made a list of everything, was real interested in the horses. You don't like Van Ness? What's to like? He pours us both another drink. He and the boss were good friends. I just don't like shysters, like some people don't like snakes. I finish my drink and after thanking Dillon, leave. Time 45 minutes. So it's 8:40. Yeah, 8:45. No, sorry, 7:45. Okay. So he's suspicious of the lawyer, and he mentions Ruiz. Well, Ruiz is in our list of people we can talk to, right? So we just learned about that. We can make a little mark showing that we now know what Romeo Ruiz is. So we're going to go have our detective follow up at Romeo Ruiz. I knock on the door to the bunkhouse. Someone yells, "Come in." I do. The bunkhouse consists of one large room with 4 sets of bunk beds lining the walls. In the center of the room is a long table around which is a group of young men sit. One plays a guitar while the others play cards. Is Ruiz here, I ask? Yes, that's me, says the guitarist. I tell him who I am. He puts his guitar down and suggests we take a walk. We head away from the bunkhouse and make small talk for a few minutes. I heard about the boss, Mr. Hayes, this morning. He was a good man. He was killed because of Sundowner. Sundowner? Mr. Hayes' racehorse. I was approached a few weeks ago about throwing the race. I said no. I told Mr. Hayes about it and he was very upset. A week later I was beat up and told that if I didn't want worse, to do what I was told in the future. Again, I told Mr. Hayes. He said that he also had been threatened and pressured to sell Sundowner. He said he was proud of me and that if I could stand up to them, so could he. He gave me a bonus. He was a good man. Now he's dead. Do you know who these men are? No. They were not the type to give names. If you hear anything else, let me know. Be careful. You may know too much. I'll be all right. I give him one of my cards and tell him to call me if he needs help, or if the men who threatened him contact him again. 30 minutes. So that finishes at 8:15 p.m. And we've gone to the Paisley Ranch, and we've gone to Romeo Ruiz, who's a good guy, a good stand-up guy, and they wanted to throw the race. So that's good motive. This is a little gamey thing, but there's one more place in San Mateo, and we have no reason. She seems like, this Carmelita Biggie seems like might be involved in this, but we have no reason to go to her. No, we didn't find her. I did think of one other thing. Remember, we were saying what's at the police station, but remember, the police took the son down to the police station with the maid. So I'm thinking they have the son. I don't think the son is involved in anything. I'm fairly sure, but I'm tempted to go do that police station thing while we were there. So this is back us on our real time clock here at 6:15. We're going to continue, since we're down at City Hall, we're going to go to the police station, 295. $2.95. Haven't seen DaCosta all day. He's out on the Hayes case. Time 15 minutes. Okay, so nothing there. So we went to 290. We went to 337, which took us to 295, which was nothing. So now it's 6:30 on our main timeline of the case. Well, I mean, we think that it has to do with the horse. We think. We're guessing that our chauffeur is the murderer, but paid by some bad people. But now we don't know how to connect them. And our guy, one of the people in San Mateo at the ranch, suspects the lawyer is up to no good. I'm trying to see if there's anything in the newspaper. So there's this whole thing about Sundowner. Tomorrow's Independence Cup will be the great test of the Australian stallion, wearing the thing of the ranch. Tanforan without being tempted to go. It bothers me that we can't locate Tanforan. Like, if someone's in the channel, can you search for Tanforan, San Francisco or California, and see if it shows up? Let's look at points of interest. Let's see if we can find. Like, it's a racetrack. It could be where our thing is. It could be outside of the city. Well, if we think logically, if it's got to be one of these clues, it's either in one of these locations. which would make it in San Francisco property, San Francisco proper, or it's in San Mateo. That's the only option. I'm looking at the parks here, because even if we find it on the map, it doesn't help us if we can't look it up. And if it's 2 guns, it means he wasn't alone. I think maybe we gotta talk to that friend who drove him home, even though my gut tells me he's not involved. Or at least not my gut, but the evidence. Let me see if it's classified. So Tanforan would have to be a racetrack, right? So is there a racetrack entry in the yellow pages? There's no racetrack. What about track? Tracking, travel bureaus, theaters. Yeah, there's nothing here. And what about that black cloth? We got lots of loose ends here. Sports betting, sports. Sporting goods, skating rinks. Yeah, I don't see it, and we didn't see Tanforan in here. Cities, towns, lakes, bays, beaches, parks, yacht clubs, airports, points of interest. There it is, look at that. It's a point of interest. It's the Tanforan racetrack. C9. Put a little mark on it. Where is C9? Here. C9. San Francisco and vicinity. C9. Is it there or is it here in C9? So this is San Francisco and vicinity, so I'm thinking maybe it means this map. So C9 would be here. Can you guys see this? It's finally an opportunity to use our other map here. So C9 would be here. There it is. Tanforan racetrack. It's got a little red 28. What does the reds mean? Points of interest. Tanforan racetrack. Okay. Well, it's very satisfying that we found it, but it's not helpful for our clues. We've got there's no place to go there. It's not in our clue list. Well, here's San Mateo. I mean, but that doesn't. It doesn't help us. We can't look it up. That's unfortunate that there's no clue entry for it, but that's okay. It just means it's irrelevant for us. But it was nice that we were able to find it on that list, so we can at least rule that out. And we went to the police station. We went to the City Hall police station. So we finished with City Hall. They just said there's our guy that we normally talk to is not there anymore. Okay. Then I'm thinking we go check out the friend. Duncan Ferguson, 305 Franklin Street. It's 24. Let's check up 24. Let's mark it in our thing. Is it time? Yeah, we still got time before we have to our 7 p.m. So, Ferguson, 24. All right, let's see what we got here. The Ferguson house is only a couple of blocks away from the Presidio, but the quiet residential block seems miles from the world of the military. I let the large brass bagpipe door knocker drop. I don't have to wait long before the door is opened by a grandmotherly type, early 60s, I would guess. Hello, may I help you? Miss Ferguson? She nods. Is your husband at home? She opens the door and wordlessly invites me to step in. May I ask who's calling? He doesn't know me, ma'am. I'm from the Continental Detective Agency. I'm investigating the murder of Scott Hayes. Oh, it's terrible, it is. I can't imagine how my Duncan can be helping you, but let me get him. Please have a seat. She's not gone long before she returns with her husband, a ramrod straight, tallish man. Some military experience, I would guess. He holds out his hand as he enters the room. I am Duncan Ferguson, sir. Well, what have you found out? Hayes murdered. I still can't believe it. Mrs. Ferguson leaves us alone, but I'd bet a week's pay that she's got her ear glued to the other side of the kitchen door. In all honesty, Mr. Ferguson, neither the police nor our agency has discovered enough facts to fill a dime novel. Frankly, that's why I'm here. I understand you gave the deceased a ride home the night of the murder. Did he happen to mention any suspicions, or did you notice anything strange at his residence when you were out there? I've been going over the events of the evening in my mind ever since Marjorie and I heard the news. As you know, we were at the club together from 6-ish until about 10 when I drove him home. There was nothing remarkable about the conversation. Scott's not a big talker as a rule. The past couple of weeks he's mostly been talking about his horses and that sundowner of his in the Independence Day race. I'm not much of one for the races, but we were even thinking of going down to San Mateo for the day. Scott was that enthusiastic. How about when you drove him home? Did he say anything about any threats or fears for his life? No, there was one thing suspicious, though. When I left the club, I was taking some back roads. It's a funny word to use for city streets, but you know that area around a mountain calm. Anyway, a car seemed to be following us, and I said something about it. Half joking I was, really. Anyway, Scott shrugged it off and said it was probably a friend of his. To tell you the truth, I really didn't pay much mind to it at the time, but it's come back to haunt me, it has. Can you describe the car or its occupants? Well, there was just the driver. I'm not much up on cars myself, but it was dark green. Thanks for your help. If you think of anything else, even if it doesn't seem all that important to you, please let me know. I hand him my card and he shows me to the door. Time 30 minutes. So it's 7 p.m. now. So 24, that was the friend whose name was Ferguson. Okay, so as we surmised, just a friend. Not involved with this at all. But look who he sees. He sees following them and is suspicious. It's the car of the detective, right? I believe that's the car of our detective. He says it's a green car. I'm just reading the introduction. When we find our detective dead. Where's Howard? He's still in his car. 4-car garage. The back of Howard's head has been blown away. My memory is that we were told the car is green. This 1932 Essex that Howard owned, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it now. I sure hope I'm right about that. Someone's following him, but we know our guy followed them there, followed them back. So it's got to be that guy. So we went to Franklin. So think about this. If we think it's we really think it's our guy. Oh, all right. It's 7 p.m. It's 7 p.m. exactly, right? Yeah, 7 p.m. exactly. It's time to meet up with our boxer bookie for the list he promised us for $100. So let's go to 1215 Stockton, which is at 375. The Sevilla Club is large and noisy. Its shiny dance floor is surrounded by small round tables lit by small candles in red holders. I see Nick sitting at a table in the back. He's alone. I walk over and sit down across from him. The C-note I lay on the table disappears before I even notice Nick's hand sweep across. It better be worth it, Nick. If I go to the old man and tell him I dropped a C-note, I better have something good to give him. Have I ever let you down? Last summer, the O'Neill murder case. I squared it with the police, didn't I? Okay, what do you got? Well, Nick removes a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket and offers me one. I take it and he lights one for himself. I'm not feeling a great deal of confidence that my $100 is going to buy me a lot. After Nick fills his lungs with smoke and drains his glass of bourbon, he starts to earn his pay. No one's talking, but I've been able to put a few things together. It wasn't local talent that was used, that I'm sure of. Who imported them? I'm not so sure of. Let's start with a motive. Do you have one of those? That's an easy one. Sundowner, the old codger's racehorse. You sure? Sure. Sure, I'm sure. Now I've made a list for you. Each name on the list has been nominated as a potential suspect. Unfortunately, there is not unanimous agreement on any one of them. Who's done the nominating? Can't tell you that. That's how I earned my C-note. Nick takes a folded piece of paper from his pocket and lays it on the table. He stands and puts his hat on, pulling the brim down over his eyes. Read it after I'm gone. You paid for the list, not for questions. Keep your eyes open. Hate to lose such a good source of income. Nick moves into the darkness of the club's rear and is gone. I open the folded piece of paper and read. All right, well, there's the list. Frank Mirabelli, T.C. Van Ness, Janos Marius, Eddie Krell. I refold the list and place it in my pocket. Was it worth a C-note? Too soon to tell. The problem with information obtained from informants is that you don't know how to weigh it. Where did Nick get this list? Why did the people who gave him his information do so? No, there's no way to shortcut an investigation. All I've probably bought with my C-note is more work. I advanced the clock to 8 p.m. All right. Nothing from his friend. Okay, so that was at 375, which is the bookie meetup. And he gives us some suspects. Frank Mirabelli. I believe this is the gang lord that our gang informant said is not involved. So the informant says no. No to Frank. Then we've got T.C. Van Ness, the lawyer. Then we've got Janos Marias, who we have no idea who he is, and Eddie Krell, who we have no idea who he is. Neither of these people is on our list here. However, okay, and then it moves to 8 p.m. So we lost an hour. I just realized now, I wonder if we can find Ottavio or these people in this list, in our mugshots. So let's look through here. So we've got Ottavio, right? And we've got these two people on this list here. So let's see if we can find Janos Marias, Eddie Krell, or Ottavio. Boy, it sure would be nice if we could. So far, no. Wow, none of them. Let's just check again. Could be going under false name, of course. No. Wait, oh, there's one more here. Tell me it's this one. No. That would have been nice. Okay. Well, we did get the name of Ottavio with our one fingerprint. So probably, I mean, it's conceivable that even that is a false name. Did we try looking him up? Because we still have other addresses we've never been. So let's stop for a second and back up. Everyone is sure it's about the horse. Ottavio Milani, 1565 Laguna Street. We went to 1565. He says he doesn't work here. He got a job. So we think we've traced him down. Let's just look him up in the white pages in case he's got a separate address. But presumably it's going to be this address, right? If it's there at all. So Milani is not in our white pages. That's all right. It's not so surprising. We found where he lives. Well, two different guns. We found the girlfriend. We went to where she worked. Maybe he didn't move her. Maybe he was just taking her to work. But with suitcase? I think we're going to have to go to the first place he went. Maybe they didn't move. I want to go to her house now. The first place, remember, he picked up the woman with suitcases and they brought her to the work. So I don't think the first house is going to have much, but let's go there. 365. We'll ask our second string detective to go there. So he's off our clock. 21420. That's we're going here. Here, the place where he picked her up. Remember, we don't think there's going to be anyone there. We think it's going to be empty, but let's see if there's any clues there. So 365. Oh, that's interesting. So, second detective is 365, woman number 1 house. He has the key there too, right? So actually that's quite telling. He's got a key there too, and he picked up a box. All right, I was reading that. I just wanted to come back here for a second and make sure I was looking at the right place. 365, which is at this address, 218. Okay. 365 says, fingerprint A is found in all rooms of the house. Fingerprint B is found in the dining room and the bedroom. Fingerprints C and D are found in the bedroom and the dining room. The bathroom has all 4 prints. Wow. Time, 2 hours, 30 minutes. So he basically, well, our other guy has done the work, but he's ended his day because 2 hours and 30 minutes makes it 10:30 p.m. When does the day end? Maybe the day doesn't end. It's just certain things you can't do. I don't know. We'll read that in a second, but let's take a look at this together, what we just found in this house. I guess we wrote it off too early as being insignificant move, but look at this. It's this thing here. So it's a map of the house, first of all. Bedroom, bedroom, living room, washroom, bath, kitchen, dining room. And so it's actually full of fingerprints. So this is woman's first house. It's like a, is it like a safe house where they planned the whole thing? Like this is the hub of, this is the lair. This is the headquarters of this criminal group. Okay, so 4 prints were found. All right, let's look at this now. It says fingerprint A, this fingerprint, is found in all rooms of the house. So let's guess that's Opal who lived there. Maybe, we don't know for sure. Fingerprint B is in the dining room and the bedroom. So this is a person who lives, or maybe fingerprint A is like the cleaner. And maybe that's what she is, I don't know. B is found in the dining room and the second bedroom. Then C and D live here. And the dining room. The bathroom has all 4 prints. So they're all living in this house. A is everywhere. The bathroom has all of them. C and D are in bedroom 2. And B is in bedroom 3. Sorry, C and D are in bedroom 2. And D is in bedroom... Sorry, I'm getting punch drunk. B is in bedroom 3. B is in bedroom 3. Nothing else is in bedroom 3. And then C and D are in bedroom 2. And then we've got an A, which is in all the rooms, which might be the cleaner. And 6 is all bathroom, is all the rooms. Okay. So let's see if we can identify these. There's A, B, C, D. Let's see if we can classify these. So you thought it was over, but now we've got some more fingerprinting work to do. So A is the I'm thinking A might be the maid, if they have a maid, or the house claimer. So I'm not too keen to look that up. But let's look at it. So this is a loop. I believe this is a loop 1. Because if I'm remembering how to classify, so let's see. A loop 1, yes, I believe this is a loop 1 because it's got the delta, which is that dot, and then we look at the core, which is this little inner loop, and it's just one connect to it, one thing. So let's see if we can identify this on the loop 1s. There it is right there. 1056. Okay? So there's that classified. Next, let's do this other loop. Here's a loop. Can you see this? Okay. Here's a loop. There's the delta. There's the core. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an L5 loop. Let's see if we can match this up. I believe that's it right there. Oh, it's fun how quick you can get at this once you can learn how to classify these properly. So I think that's C. C is 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, that's not right. It's close, but it's not right because C has a little one line here. I better check and make sure 1056 is right too, but let's fix this one first. It's here. That's it. 1089. Okay. Let's go back to L1 and make sure I got that one right. I said it was 1056. Where's 1056? Look at this, you know, I didn't even write it down right. 1058. It's dangerous. Unless someone... 105.89 and C are the same. 1089, yes, that's right. All right, and then next up, we've got some whorls here. Let's put these back. The whorls are a little harder to do if I remember, although we did one of them already. Where's my book on how to do whorls? Whorls were weird because I think you count from one delta to the other. So whorls, you identify the uppermost delta, count until you find the other delta. Okay. So let's look at this. Let's do B. So there's our upper delta. We follow it and count 1, 2 till we get the other one. So that should be a W2 whorl. Okay, let's see if we can find it. Is it this one right here already? 1040. Oh, there's our 1040. Yes, that's 1040. So B is 1040. This is one we already know. So B is alone in that bedroom. B is found in the dining room in bedroom 3. No one else is in bedroom 3. What does that mean? He's not living with his girlfriend there? It's all just a cover? All right, let's go back. Let's do our last classification of D. All right, let's look at D here. Now, this is still a whirl, even though there's not a circle in the center. So we still do the same thing. We take the upper. I think we find the nearest thing, although I don't know if it's going this way or this way. 1, 2, 3. I think it's a W3. But I wouldn't swear on it. Let's see if we can find that. Is that it right there? 1201. Does that look right to you? 1201. This one and this one. I think that's it. One, 201. Wow, okay, classifying fingerprints is kind of fun. Well, if you got this wrong, though, if you ever look up a thing and get it wrong, you're going to be in trouble. All right. So we've got 3 new fingerprints. This guy went and got it. But let's look up the rules now about when the day is forced to end. Like, does the day end at 10 p.m. or does the day end when you call it an end? Until a player reaches 9 p.m. At that point, the player stops and waits for all other players to finish the day. Okay, so let's stop here for a minute and let's talk. We sort of split up separate detectives here, but because we decided that late in the game, we didn't go investigate this house until it was 8 p.m. They fingerprinted at 10 p.m. That would be it. So if we were technically playing by the rules, our day would now be over. We wouldn't have time to look up these fingerprints. But the rules would then tell us to replay this day. Replay it from 9 a.m., do it again, and now we have plenty of time to do stuff. So I think that's one of the most unsatisfying parts of the game. Thematically, that makes no sense to replay the day. It makes much more sense to think about being able to send different detectives early on simultaneously to do all the clues. So it's not cheating to go now look up these fingerprints. We don't have to answer these questions now, and we don't have to, and we're allowed to play this day again. So at this point, it's up to us to figure out what thematic explanation works best for us. I can either say we're going to now continue to play day 1 again. We could stop the stream here and say, well, that's the end of today. And we could start again, or we could say that we're working overtime and looking up these fingerprints. It doesn't feel like a natural place to stop the day to me. So I'm going to keep going, but we'll stop pretty soon. We're almost done exploring the day, but I'm going to find out these. We're going to try to look up these fingerprints. We'll still keep time a bit, but we're starting to mess with the. We're calling our own audibles about the rules here in order to finish up a day more thematically rather than repeat a day and have to go through that time thing again. So let's go look up these prints first at the FBI, because I want to see if anyone's got a criminal thing, and then maybe I was going to think we could look at mugshots, but I'm not going to look up mugshots for all of these, and I don't think it's 1058. But let's start by going to the FBI and seeing if anyone here is on file at the FBI. So that was Bureau of Investigation 432. I am going to mark it here as if we're still on our time clock, although you understand that when we decided to fingerprint, it took 2.5 hours. So even if we had a detective who called this in, these fingerprints wouldn't be done till 10:30 p.m. So we shouldn't have access to them at 8 p.m. It's just rather than replay the day, we're going to pretend this guy's on overtime. So you might say that it was really 10:30 p.m. and we're in overtime. Okay, so again, Bureau of Investigation 432. That was pretty cool, that scene, that fingerprinting, and that it took 2.5 hours. And it's funny that we almost didn't go there. Okay, 432 at the Bureau has an entry for 1089 and an entry for 1201. So that's pretty cool. Let's see what we got here. 1089. This unidentified print has turned up in a number of murders across the United States. These murders have been classified as professional gangland murders. Print has been found with number 1201 in at least 4 homicide investigations. Wow, so these two... Well, we found our professionals. Here they are. 1089 and 1201. These were in bedroom 2. Well, okay, so I mean, that's huge. They're unidentified. So let's write down 432 at the FBI. And 1089 and 1201 are the professional killers. Unidentified. Hired by someone to do this killing, brought in from outside the state of San Francisco, so they're not going to be in our DMV. Now, we could catch them in a mugshot if we got lucky, but they're probably out of state. They're probably not in San Francisco mugshot, I'm guessing. And I'm not going to waste the time to try to find them because it wouldn't... Well, let's not say that for a second. I mean, you could say that 365. Let's look up those fingerprints again. So the book tells you about what fingerprints are the most common, right? So just if you wanted to, for example, we know C and D are the killers, right? You could say, like, for example, if you found an arch like this one, it's so uncommon, it's only 3% of this thing, that you might actually go through these mugshots and look for those few people that have criminals that have arches and try to find them. In fact, like, I'm tempted to try to find that A arch, but let's not do it that way. those aren't going to be in the DMV fingerprint records, those out-of-state professionals. But the maid who's living with them might be. I think it's a maid. But so let's look this up at the DMV. Maybe we can find that person and then talk to them. So I was almost thinking, like, why bother? It's the maid. But if she's living there with them, I don't even know if it's a maid. But if it is, whoever's living there, if we can identify them, the DMV. So let's look up the DMV 428. Hold on a second. How long was 432 supposed to take? 432 at the FBI was supposed to take 1 hour, which would bring us down to 9 p.m. Okay, and now we're going to the DMV, which is 428. Zachary says in the comments that would have been my approach. I would have looked at every single fingerprint. That is a completely reasonable thing to do. In fact, I mean, talking philosophically about playing these games, you know, if you've watched any serial killer documentary, that's police work. That's detective work. You're like, it's a yellow Volkswagen. You find, you don't do this until you've passed after you've tried a month to track the killer, you can't. Then you start getting serious about going through the brute force work. So I do not mind a game that's like, you really want to catch the killer? You got to do it the real way. You got to search through you have to spend a couple hours searching manually through it. But I do think, in the spirit of these games, first you try to nail down you try to follow the clues that are most likely to be efficient use of your time. So there's nothing wrong with going through all of those and looking for someone if you don't find a better way to get to them. But I feel like the more enjoyable way to play these games is to try to be efficient with your time and then only go to the brute force later. But I have no problem with a game that's like, you want to catch the criminal? Go through the mugshots. Okay, let's look at 428. Let's see if we can be clever about finding this maid or whoever this other person involved in the crime is. 428. Okay, so 428, just to confirm, doesn't have 1089 and doesn't have 1201. That's fine with us. But it does have 1058, and it's Opal Kennedy. It is the girlfriend of our guy. Well, now we've connected the 4 of them, all living in the same house. And suspicious that he moved her out. It does sound like now it was an organized thing. The killers hooked up with the chauffeur, and his girlfriend was cleaning the place. That was her house. So the 4 of them were probably in, or at least the 3 of them, the chauffeur and the 2 professional killers. And the chauffeur basically told them the information they needed to do the killing. So I feel really good about that. And somehow this chauffeur is connected with this gang. Otavio was his name, or the name he ran under, or his name he was in the DMV, right? It was... His name sounds suspiciously like the gang name, Ottavio Milani, and the gang is the Mirabelli gang. Mirabelli. Milani and Mirabelli. Let's look up these people in the white pages and see if we can get addresses on these people. It didn't even occur to me till now. So let's look up Frank Mirabelli. Mirabelli, Frank, 608 Elizabeth. Okay. Van Ness, we went to his office, right? Wait a second. We went to Van Ness Jr. Is it the other Van Ness? Or was it Junior? Let's look up his thing. That's interesting. I'm gonna make a note here, Junior. We got told this by the guy in San Mateo, so we might. Let's read that before we do that. It was no. It wasn't. It was the bookie meeting. So let's look at that again. 375. T.C. Van Ness, not Junior. That is a little interesting. Okay, so let's look Van Ness and see if we can find him. He might have a separate law office too. Van Ness. So there's only an entry for Junior. And this just says the Mills building. That's probably his office, right? Mills building. Which maybe there's an address for. Let's, before we forget though, let's look up in the yellow pages, lawyers, and see if Van Ness has a separate. I don't see lawyers. How about legal? Don't see legal either. What else would it be under? Surely there's a yellow pages for lawyers and legal. Right? Might pay to study this yellow page section again one day. The Mills building where this guy works is 220 Montgomery. 220 Montgomery. Okay, let's look up Junus Marius. Marius. JF Importers. That sounds like him. That's at 24 California. That just might be a rival businessman. Probably not what we're involved in. And then Eddie Krell. Don't see an Eddie Krell. Did we write that down wrong? Or is he just not in the dictionary? Not in the listing. Let's just make sure. That was a 375. Eddie Krell. Okay, I don't think he's in here. He might be in San Mateo. Wouldn't hurt to look up quickly. Look at that. He's in San Mateo. That's pretty cool. I don't think we have a clue for it, but it is interesting. 452 Barneston. Okay, so now let's look at our clue lists for today and see if any of these people have entries. So 220 Montgomery. No. There's 33 New Montgomery, but no 22 Montgomery. Okay. 24th California. Nope. 452 Barneson. Nope. All right, so from these people, from the suspects, we looked them all up. We got addresses for most of them, but we couldn't find them in our clue points for today. They could come up in the next day for all we know. What were we doing? What were we following through before that? So there's still actually quite a few places here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clues that we don't know how they're related to our case. Like we never came across them or never figured out. I did want to see if there's a Van Ness, like his father is Van Ness. I wonder if the game, when it says replay, is meaning that you should come back and play it like if you got to day 3 and then thought, oh, maybe there's something in day 1 that we should have done. I don't see legal stuff, which really seems ridiculous to me. What's another name for legal services that it might be under? That they might have used in the 30s instead of legal? Attorneys. Attorneys. Okay, let's look and see if we've got a Van Ness. It's the same thing. It just says Mills Building, which we already looked up. We did look up. We looked it up, and it was at the. It wasn't there. But let's just look it up and make sure. Mills Building, 220 Montgomery. Yeah, that's what we wrote down. It's just weird because there was a 133 New Montgomery. But okay, so we got that right. I just flipped on something that says Packard Automobile 901 Van Ness. No, it's not there. It really makes you wonder what these addresses are that we didn't find any use for. We didn't go to the Golden Gate Park because we didn't have a good reason for it. We went to the DMV. We found Opal's fingerprints. We made a note of that, right? Opal, and these are the pro killers. When we went to Van Ness, let's go to Van Ness again and just remind ourselves what he said. He said, who benefits? His son, Bill Hayes, gets everything. That should come as no surprise. Hayes doesn't have a separate address, does he? Oh, and then wait, Hayes had a maid. Maybe we should look up the maid before we end the day. So even day 1 of this case is longer than any of the Sherlock Holmes cases. By the time we played 6.5 hours of the Sherlock Holmes cases, we were ready to wrap it up. And you can see the different feel for this game. So, Hayes, Bill, 1023 Broadway. So he does have a separate address. Bill Hayes, 1023 Broadway. That's the son. And then the son had a maid. Do you think the maid is really Opal as a fake name? Wow, that would be interesting. Let's look her up again. And the Emporium we haven't gone to. 83.5. We didn't go there, but we could have. What? It was Vera something. Vera Roberts. Let's look her up. See where she lives. Vera Roberts is 424 Hayes. Hayes Street. All right, let's see if any of those are in here. 1023 Broadway, yes, that's an entry. And no entry for the Hayes Street. Okay, so let's look up. I'm having a 33. I'm having a slight memory of a errata. Let me just see something here. Errata for second edition. Here are the two I remained. Further errata. Yeah, no, nothing else. Okay, so what did we find? We can visit his house. So let's go there, 1023 Broadway. I mean, I don't think he's involved in anything. Let's just see if we can clear him, the sun. I do want to talk to him, right? If it's before noon, go to clue 7. Definitely not before noon. 1, 2, 3, 2:44. Before noon, clue 7. So if we played this again, we might do that. And then afternoon, he should be at the police office, I think. 38. So we're going to go to 38. So we're going to say 2:44 to 38. We're going to put a little marker here saying we went there, but there's more to do if we played it again. And 38. What do you think? Is no one going to be home? Oh yeah. No one's home. One of the worst things about murders is dealing with the bereaved family. The ones who are truly distraught have a good reason, and the ones who aren't think they should be and try to show some grief. Either way, it's hard to get them to answer the questions you ask. They all seem to think that they should eulogize the dead instead. But old Hayes' son was a logical place to go to find out about the old man's troubles. I make a half-hearted motion at straightening my tie before I ring the bell of his Russian Hill house. Yes? I recognize the younger Hayes immediately from the pictures I've seen in the papers. His sharp gray eyes survey me quickly, and he seems to have determined in that perfunctory glance that I am not one of his expected visitors. Mr. Hayes, I'm from the Continental Detective Agency. We were hired to protect your father. I guess we bungled the job, but we lost an operative along with your father. I thought you might be able to help us figure out what happened and who killed him. May I come in? He opens the door to let me in, but the invitation is about as warm as last night's dinner. Van Ness told me about hiring detectives. I know Dad would never have done it on its own. What do you mean? I ask as I follow him into the spacious parlor. I keep up with society news enough to know that Hayes is still considered something of an eligible bachelor. The place shows taste, but has the kind of comfortable feeling that would prompt me to change that assessment to confirmed bachelor. I can't help wondering who belongs to the voices I hear in the next room. Scott Hayes has never admitted to needing help from anyone in his entire life. Maybe he hadn't had his life threatened before. Do you know anything about it? No, I find it hard to believe. Why would anyone want to hurt him? We've had plenty of arguments in our 40 years together, and I can't say we were the closest father and son, but stubborn as he was what most people call a fair man. Hard but fair. Honorable, even. There is obviously no affection lost between the older and younger Hayes, but I can detect a grudging admiration in the younger man's words. When was the last time you saw him? It's been over a week. I stopped by the house last Sunday and spent some time with him. He'd just come back from his ranch in San Mateo. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had just moved down there, lock, stock, and barrel. Those horses are the only thing he cares about. Have there been any problems that you know of? No, I never heard anything but praise for everything from the grass of the meadows to the house and the jockey. What could be wrong when he has a horse like Sundowner? I don't even care about horses, and watching that beauty makes my heart pound. He pauses and continues in a more subdued voice. He was so looking forward to tomorrow's race. I did speak with him briefly yesterday. He called in the morning and said he wanted to discuss something with me. He didn't say what. I plan to talk to him tomorrow after the race. I understand there have been some labor troubles down at the Emporium. Do you think your father's murder could be related? I don't see how. Father doesn't have much to do with the day-to-day running of things at the store, and I wouldn't want our current labor negotiations to be blown out of proportion. With all this talk of general strike, some of our people have come to us with some pretty hefty demands. After all, there is a depression going on in this country, even if San Francisco doesn't feel it as harshly as the Okies. But we're very close to an agreement. My father made a fortune by foretelling the course of fashion, but he sometimes had great difficulty in understanding other changes even after they occurred. I pride myself on my business acumen, and I know what it costs to run a large department store, but I believe the agreements that I have negotiated with our workers will be as positive for us in the long run as they will be for our workers. Of course, the contract remains to be signed, and there are some militant agitators who will ask for more no matter what we offer. They don't understand that you can't pay a store clerk the same as a stevedore. What's a stevedore? S-T-V-E-D-O-R-E. Who are these militant agitators? Tom Fitzgerald is the loudest of the bunch. So Tom Fitzgerald, agitator. But I honestly think you're wasting your time if you think my father's murder has anything to do with the threatened strike at the store. He wasn't even involved in the negotiations. Well, you're probably right, but it might bear checking into. What other ideas do you have? Did he have money problems, underworld connections, anything that could account for what has all the earmarks of a professional killing? I'm sorry, I wish I could be of help, but as I said before, I can't imagine why anyone would want to kill him. He was a very law-abiding man. Thayer Van Ness could tell you more about his affairs than anyone else, but he certainly had no financial problems. Of that, I'm sure. 1 hour, so we had a nice long talk with him. It's 10 p.m. The day's supposed to be over. So, it's interesting. I mean, if we look up Fitzgerald, I think we're going to probably end the case soon. I'll want to come back to this day and see if I can't figure out what these clues were that we didn't have entries for. Some of them could be just red herrings from the newspaper, right? Like entries that are mentioned in addresses in the newspaper. So Tom Fitzgerald is 545 Clipper, which is in our list here. So that's this one. So we could look up that. And again, because you don't know what's going to be useful in a future case, it would kind of be crazy not to if you had time. So I guess we're going to knock on his door late at night, see what he has to say, even though we don't think he's involved. I admire the view of the city, one of my favorites, as I mount the flight of outside steps to the door of Tom Fitzgerald's house. A face or two appear from behind the curtains at the front window, and hardly have my knuckles rapped on the door before it's opened wide by a little girl of about 10. Before I can even say hello, she is scurried away by a sweet-faced woman wearing a kitchen apron and a young boy on her hip. "Shannon, dear, now out back with you, like I said. Turning to me, she asked my business. But who are ya? Tom wasn't expecting any visitors today. It doesn't take much imagination to understand that she really means strangers when she says visitors. You're right, of course, Miss Fitzgerald. Your husband doesn't know me. I decided to try the straightforward approach. But I'm not from the cops or the FBI. I just want to talk to him about the Emporium. What about the Emporium? Are you a reporter? Exactly. Straightforward, not exactly honest. I'm doing a feature on contract negotiations, industrial unions, craft unions, shop unions, you know the sort of thing. I understand that Tom could tell me more about the labor situation in the city's department stores than pretty much anybody. I try to stop my babbling before I blow it. She seems almost sold. Almost is the key word here. Or maybe she's just well trained. I can't really say when Tom would be able to see you. He's mighty busy with meetings and rallies, but he always likes to cooperate with the press. If you'll just give me your card, I'm sure he'll get in touch with you when he can. I pat my pockets and glance through a small collection of miscellaneous business cards before confessing, I seem to have just given out the last one. Maybe I can just scribble down my number on a piece of paper. I write down the number of Hunters. That's the bar they go to. This is the number of a pub where I'll be later. I'm hard to get a hold of at my office. As I'm walking back down the stairs outside the house, I don't have too much confidence that Tom Fitzgerald will bother to call me. I almost forget to enjoy the view. 30 minutes. Okay, so that was 81. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break now. It's almost 7 hours. This is going to be our longest case, which is fitting. 5-minute break. We'll come back. I got another lead or two I want to do, and then we'll wrap up and discuss this experience of Gumshoe. So 5 minutes, and we'll be back. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're just wrapping up our playthrough of day 1 of the game Gumshoe. So I was gonna, we're going on 6.5 hours, a little over 6.5 hours. We've reached the end of the night. We were sort of tinkering around with looking up some more clues, even though the day is technically over. You're allowed to play days multiple times until you get all the clues. I think looking at the number of places that we haven't identified, especially this one in San Mateo, would incline me to say that we're not ready to move on to the next day. Like, I would like to dig a little deeper and try to figure out what we might be missing from today. But I think maybe this is a good place to stop and talk about the stopping of this game and when to move on. But let's read the questions at the end of the day. Let's pretend the day's ended. We're not going to try to answer these because remember, the rules of this game are that any given case could continue for multiple days. And the consensus on the BGG forum seems to be like, don't try answering a case until maybe don't try answering any of the questions for any of the cases till the end of the last day, or don't answer them until you're really sure. But in general, they say that it's okay to look at the questions. So we've played our first day. We're going to call that a wrap. But if I was going to continue this campaign, which I probably will, because, well, I don't want to talk about my thoughts yet. But I would probably play this day again. Go through it again. Just try to find little loose ends that we've missed. Try to get a little more information from today. Although I could see the case of going to day 2 and then only coming back to day 1 if we need to. But let's read the end of the day questions. I mean, let's look at the rules again. Where are our rules? The paper always could use another going through as well to look for things we might have missed in the paper. Let's look at the rules about the end of the day. So 10 p.m. your day ends, and then you could end of play. Follow the case to the conclusion is one of the principal objectives. Deciding when a case has been solved is one of the critical choices a detective must make. It's up to you to decide when to do it, but there's questions. The old man's questions, which are located in the report book, are available at the end of each day. Each evening, a new dated list of questions will be added to those previously asked. Players may refer to the previous questions at any time, but they should not look ahead. His questions may refer to several cases under investigation. They may find new cases piling up on their plates. How do they choose to solve them is up to them. If they prefer, they may try to nail down each case in turn, or they may want to look at 9 cases in July as a whole. And the answer is at the back. So, but basically, we're going to look at the questions, and we're going to maybe talk about them a little, but we're not going to look at the answers because we're not supposed to look at the answers yet. So here are the old man's questions for July 3rd. Who killed Scott Haynes? Who killed Scott Hayes? That's our primary victim. Why was he killed? Who killed Howard Black? Why was he killed? What was Roland's role, if any, in the Hayes murder? So we sort of think we know answers to these. Who killed him were these 2 professionals whose fingerprints we have that are from out of state. Is it asking us to know their names? I don't know. I don't know if the answer is just these 2 FBI wanted professional killers that have killed people all over the country, or it's asking us to solve their names. We won't know that until we play 9 days worth. Maybe they're going to come up again. Or that's a sort of fault of the game. Is it saying, it would be nice if it said, what are the names? Because we don't even know now if we're supposed to find the names of those. Why were they killed? Well, we're not sure. We guess it's about the horse. Fairly strong feeling that it's about the horse, but we don't know for sure. Who killed Howard Black? Well, they're the same two people. We matched up the bullets. We know they were both shot with 2 bullets from 2 different guns. So the 2 killers are working as a team. They killed both people. Why was he killed? Well, I think the logical conclusion is they went to kill the main guy, Scott Hayes. They had to kill the detective protecting him. That's pretty reasonable. What was Rowland's role, if any, in the Hayes murder? Well, we think it seems most likely they were living in that house together, that he was in on it. And that he was feeding them information. But he's operating under an assumed name, a fake identity. So maybe he's organizing it more than we think. Well, this is sort of back. Maybe we need to back up. That's it. We're not going to read the solution. That's what you get from this stream. Just the questions. But let's do a little recap. We arrived on the scene as a new member of this detective agency to the scene of a double homicide. A guy was killed in his house, Scott Hayes, and another detective from our agency also killed, shot twice in the back of the head in his car. So we got the case. Scott Hayes has a son who's inheriting everything, a chauffeur who acts a little weird. He's got labor troubles. He's got a racehorse and racehorse trouble, people trying to get him to throw the race. We followed the chauffeur and watched him drop his wife off at a house and then move her to an office. Or we thought he was moving houses. We found at the scene of the crime a fingerprint that looked like it came from where someone went over the fence to commit the murder or something like that. Or just maybe not. Maybe the fingerprint was somewhere else. But when we tracked the fingerprint, it came back to a guy named Ottavio. When we went to his house, they described the chauffeur, basically. They're like, a guy just got a job as a chauffeur, live-in chauffeur. That's why he's not been in a house. He's living with his girlfriend. So this guy who's the DMV says Ottavio is pretending to be this guy, the chauffeur Roland. So already he's operating under a fake name with his girlfriend. We eventually went to the girlfriend's house. What we found is a 2-bedroom house with 4 sets of fingerprints. One was the chauffeur, Ottavio, otherwise known as Roland. One was his girlfriend, who looked like she was in all the rooms, maybe cleaning up. And then 2 unknown prints. We classified those prints and then eventually went to the FBI and looked them up, and they were prints of 2 known known fingerprints, but of unknown origin, unknown people, but wanted in the series of murders, professional hits across the country. So that identified those 4 people being in this together, connected the chauffeur to the professional hitmen. That matches up and was consistent with our crime scene where we found 2 different bullets in both of those people. So 2 bullets in each victim, 1 bullet from each of the professional gunmen. So that makes complete sense. As far as motive, we've got lots of leads suggesting that it has to do with this guy's horse and people wanting him to throw a race. We found evidence that they tried to get him to throw the race with the jockey, but the jockey wouldn't, and threats about that. So we think it's probably a murder related to someone trying to throw the horses. Some illegal gambling stuff. We did connect with our bookie, who gave us a list of possible suspects, one of which included the lawyer, who seems fishy, and one possible gangland related. We track down the son. The son doesn't look like he's involved. But we didn't find hard evidence to connect these murderers and their larger group, the 4 of these people, with the actual underworld horse gambling thing. So we don't know how the professionals got hired. And we don't know if that information is available in day 1 or won't be available for later. So there was our case. Now let's talk about this experience of Gumshoe and how it differs from Sherlock Holmes in mechanic and feel. Let's first talk about mechanics. I thought going into it, the game describes a little bit of that you might occasionally hit a choice where you could do this, or a time, a timing thing where after this you can't do this. But I was not prepared for how much of that there was in this game. We constantly got clues that are like, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. Do you want to follow this person? There was a thing where we were following in a car and we could follow him. We could get out and follow the woman or keep following this guy. There was just a lot of it. And it adds an interesting element. All of these games, all of these detective games, a substantial puzzle, a substantial challenge of the game is taxing your cognitive load and your note keeping and overwhelming you with these choices. And when you look up one lead, it can diverge into 3 different leads. Presents a challenge to your being able to keep the case in your mind and in your notes. And that is a fantastic experience because it offers a mental challenge and an unusual one. It's not like a math problem where you've got on a single page, here is the complete puzzle, study it and figure it out. It's a puzzle. It's sort of a real world puzzle, like a game that said you have to walk 20 miles. This idea of challenging your cognitive load, your ability to keep everything in your working memory, or your ability to keep notes, your stamina to be able to play for 6 hours. These are sort of game mechanics that are seeping into real world mechanics. Like, is your real world ability to focus good enough to handle this case? Is your real world stamina good enough to stick with the case? Is your real world patience good enough to let you be patient? Is your real world attention to detail good enough to let you find things in paragraphs? Or are you patient enough to go back and reread paragraphs, reread the news? Are you willing to sift through the mugshots? That feature of requiring your sort of real world ability and patience to go through these things is, for me, one of the most enjoyable parts of these mystery games. And it is very impressive in this game. And the ambition of this game with the autopsy, the lab reports, the fingerprints. I mean, the fingerprint stuff is very satisfying. In some ways, it's sort of mechanical brute force work. You're sort of learning to classify fingerprints, but there's something enjoyable about picking up that skill of classifying fingerprints and be able to say, okay, that's a loop set with 7, and now being able to find that because you know how to classify loop fingerprints. It's weird. In some ways, it shouldn't be fun, but it is. It feels like you're doing a little bit of work that's rewarding. And there's a similar mechanic there in looking up addresses. It's a very odd thing. We saw a little bit of it in the Sherlock Holmes Baker Street Irregulars, where you're often given a full address. Like, this happens at 65 Northwest. Then you can just look up 65 Northwest. But in a couple of the Baker Street Irregulars cases, a real leap that you have to make occasionally is they'll give an address that doesn't have that form. It'll be like, this happened on 46 Henshaw Street. And then you have to stop and realize, and sometimes and it's very easy to overlook because there's so much information. It's very overlooked. Then you have to think, wait a second, maybe I can find the address of that place. Maybe in each of the 5 neighborhoods, I should look at the 46th Street and look for if there's a Henshaw in one of them. Okay, and then you find it. And that's that little aha moment when you're like, ah. And this game has that a lot, because in this game, you're frequently we found that the lawyer was in the Mills building. So then we had to look up what the Mills building was. That had an address. And then we could look up in this clue list and say, oh, there's the address. And this is a really interesting thing here. It's hard to tell exactly what it adds and how it changes the feel of the game. I mean, it changes the feel of the game in part because all of these addresses are sort of unique. Like, you could have every case would be slightly different addresses. Because unlike Sherlock Holmes, there aren't like 100 numbers, like 123 northwest, 123 southeast, all that you would look up, and frequently you find things that have no entry. Here, you look up an address, and then you just quickly see if it's in your list of possible clues for the day. And if it's not, you know you don't have to bother searching for it. That's nice. That's nice. It's a little scary that it's giving away. I mean, it is leaking a lot of information. You can see, well, there's a 33 New Montgomery Street that we never found. But in some ways, it's almost the best of both worlds, because it's so wide open what addresses could be relevant, and yet you can very quickly see when you have one that's not. It does leak information, but it also saves you from wasting huge amounts of time. Otherwise, you'd be looking up every place you could think of and searching for it and not finding it. It's much better than the Ellery Queen system, which was similar to this. And I think, it's kind of fascinating that Ellery Queen, in fact, let me get it out because I want to show you. So we played a case of Ellery Queen on the channel. This is another rare out of print, but a much less ambitious game, much less ambitious game, sort of a knockoff set in New York City. But it was still fun to go to places we know in New York City. But I want you to see how similar these boxes of this game that both came out in 85 and 86. And it's a guy, he's got almost identical jackets on. In both scenes, there's like a woman in the background standing. And I don't know if they gave credit to Gumshoe or just ripped it off. But Ellery Queen is 86, Gumshoe's 85. But Ellery Queen had a very convoluted way of looking up clues, and it was very unsatisfying. This is actually very satisfying. And all of the mechanics of the fingerprints, the crime scenes. So let's leave aside mechanics for a second and talk about the theme. The real map, the real locations, the real feeling fingerprints, mug shots, double maps, the autopsy and lab reports, the newspapers. I mean, wow, and talk about feeling immersed in this world, this atmosphere, feeling like real sort of running around San Francisco and these environs and looking at real information and finding real like little charts and notes. Absolutely fantastic. And this, you saw that in this list of clue points, occasionally there were things that weren't locations. Like in Sherlock Holmes, it's all location-based. Here, one of the items was the notebook that we found. But thematically, the atmosphere. I mean, it is so impressive. It is so ambitious. It is remarkable. And even tracking the time, which I don't love mechanically the limits of it, but thematically feels nice. Like it's getting late in the day, we came back to a thing later, or we missed something, or we get early and we rewarded because we got to do something. The feel of being in a living, breathing world with real evidence is tangible. I mean, it's impressive. Better than all of the other Sherlock Holmes games. And the heart of what makes Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective so satisfying and such a wonderful experience, which I was reminded by the Baker Street Irregulars, because the Baker Street Irregulars Sherlock Holmes case by Dave Neal has amazing writing. You feel like you're in the 1800s. It's amazing talking to these characters with different personalities and learning a little bit about the history of the time. And I don't know if you had the same take as I did about the writing, but I thought it was phenomenal. I thought it completely, perfectly captured the hard-boiled detective, Gumshoe, atmosphere, language, slang. And for me, that's sort of the bottom line. If you boil it all down to what makes these games satisfying and enjoyable to play, that's it. So, I mean, I cannot say enough good about the
Event seeker.
I can't say enough good.
You agree to provide location data.
Okay, cool. My watch is freaking out that we've been on so long. But so bottom line, that just blew me away. That's the one thing that I was so apprehensive about, that the writing was not going to be as good as it was, and it was really phenomenal. And the fact that these cases are going to go and intermix and last multiple days, I mean, it's so epic. And Zachary's asking, is there a mystery game that's another level up from this? No, there isn't. Not a board game, and not a computer game that I know of either. And I mean, this is a 7-hour game. We have to play this day again, and then there are 9 days. And then we've read one newspaper for the first case, right? By the time you get to the 9th day, any of those 9 newspapers could be relevant for your case. So, I mean, I've used the word ambitious a lot because it's hard not to with this game. But this is an epic version of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective system that is epic and more expansive, more ambitious in every way. The writing is phenomenal. And the story's great. I like the murders, shot in the head. I like this adult themed stuff. And I feel like I'm walking around San Francisco amongst killers and gumshoes. So yeah, I loved it. I hope this gave you some flavor of the game if you're interested in it. And I hope we'll play more of these. But boy, it takes a lot out of you. This is our longest playthrough of all the games. And I'm interested in tracking down those killers. So thanks for joining me. I'm not sure what we'll play next week, whether we'll go back to the Baker Street Irregulars box or play another game of Gumshoe. If you like this content, please consider giving it a thumbs up or subscribing to the channel, and maybe even becoming a Patreon supporter. And I'll see you next week. No watch, I didn't. And that's like an outtake from the watch. The watch is trying to be an outtake. All right, guys, we will see you next time.